How do I communicate? Just the next slide.
Okay,
We're live.
you can literally say next slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Pulaski. I'm head of school.
Hang on, Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the public hearing for Buffalo Collegiate Charter School. My name is Ebony Bullock. I am the Chief Accountability and Information Officer for this wonderful district, Buffalo Public Schools. I do want to acknowledge that we have my cabinet colleagues have joined via LifeSize. We have Board Member Terrence Hurd. We have Board Member Jen McCosey. We may or may not have another board member come in person. Should we have President Petrucci or Vice President Sharon Cotman come, they will take over chairing the meeting, but until they do, I am your host for this evening. And so now I will pass it off to the charter school.
Thank you very much. Sorry for jumping in before. My name is Brian Pulaski. I'm the head of school and lead founder of Buffalo Collegiate Charter School. I'm surrounded by my bosses, Ms. Davika Lynch, Ms. Stephanie Saunders, and Ms. Tate Potts. Davika Lynch was a founding parent. Her son Darcy was in 4th grade, now in 8th. Ms. Stephanie Saunders was a founding grandparent. Her grandson is now in 8th as well. And Ms. Potts came out in year 2. Her daughter Sydney Potts is now in 7th grade in our Baldwin Wallace classroom. And we also have Ms. Meg Van Horse, who is our 8th grade grade level lead, and our illustrious science teacher back here. And we have another colleague and former parent of ours, Ms. Tamara Coleman, back. So I appreciate them being here today. We are coming to discuss Buffalo Collegiate 5 years into our journey as a charter school. I look forward to sharing our progress thus far and our hopes for the future and answering any questions you might have. Ahead of us here in this presentation, we're also, joined by Ms. Christy Humphrey, who's on the Board of Trustees, and I believe some other board members of ours will be joining as well. So my name is Brian Pulaski. You have Mark Fields and Tamim Adnan raising their hands there. I try to litter the presentation with pictures of our kids, as they are what drives us. All of us. Next slide, please. Buffalo Collegiate is a college preparatory school. We are designed to be a 4 through 12 college prep school. We're presently 4 through 8. We have made the decision as of right now to table our high school expansion until we're assured of the fact that our 4 through 8 program model is setting ourselves up for success. We also are adamant about the fact our students have access to the college of their choice and get exposed to many opportunities to become leaders of the next generation. Next slide, please. We're founded on 4 core beliefs. The first, achievement is a mindset. Achievement as a mindset focuses on the fact that our students have immense potential. It's our job to create a community that has high expectations for them. It supports them on their path to college. Next slide, please. People matter. This is Yervine Pexagay and Dominique Norman there. Yervine was a year 1 teaching fellow who also stepped in for math. And Dominique is presently at Buffalo Creek, but I'll be coming back shortly. The people matter piece is incredibly important to us, one, because of our belief in students, but also in families and our real desire to partner with families. In addition to that, we are a group that really wants to grow as an organization, and so humbly we accept feedback from our families to show us the path of what is going to be the thing that allows us to be the most successful for the child, and ensuring we're learning from them. The next one is every moment counts. We work very hard to ensure that we're efficiently using time by having an extended school day and school year, and especially amidst the pandemic, ensuring that we are responding to the needs of each individual student and families by ensuring wraparound supports. And finally, core belief number 4, so just fast forwarding a few here, we have culture must be intentionally established. So culture must be intentionally established. That is slide 6, Ms. Bullock. I'm not sure if you're controlling.
Next slide.
Yep, and one more, please. Sorry for that miscommunication. So culture must be intentionally established. It is incredibly important for us to be able to set the environment. We believe that students and teachers respond to the environment that we elevate in our community. On the previous slide, you would see the Courage Key, which is something that passes around our community, both with teachers and with students. And on the previous slide, you would see Jalen Harrison, who is in 8th grade right now, giving the Courage Key to Lyric, who's in 7th grade. And it's a way for us to acknowledge our pride values that exist within our students and families and our staff members. We don't believe that we are inculcating those in any of our students. We believe they already have them. We must celebrate them for our students. Next slide, please. All right, so today the board requested that we report out on grade levels and enrollment, recurrent recruitment sites, student data and retention rates, including how many students return to the district, teacher retention and demographics, and finally financial data.
Mr. Pulaski, I'm just going to kindly interrupt you. I just want to acknowledge board member Larry Scott has joined on LifeSize, and I also would like to remind our community, if you're joined on LifeSize, so please remember to put yourself on mute. There has been some background noise that's just a little bit distracting. So if you can, please mute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. We're also joined by Mr. Jamel Perkins, who was our board chair. He was a founding board member. He was in the back to his daughter. And so appreciate him being here today. So we will go through those pieces as well, a little discussion about our journey thus far as school in its 5th year, but certainly been through a wild ride in our 4+ years. Next slide, please. Next 2 slides, please. Okay. This is a quote from Assemblywoman Crystal Peoples-Stokes that has really informed our journey. As part of the Building Excellence Schools Fellowship, of which I was a part of, a real push by the organization was that we shut up and listen to the community and get a better understanding about what the community's assets and needs were before we ever thought about designing a school that was going to implant itself upon the community. And this was a quote that I came across in listening to Ms. Peoples-Stokes. Race matters, poverty matters, and some people's desire to not see either of those matters. I don't know how you get past that. If one of us doesn't succeed, then none of us do. And then the sentiment at the top, a rising tide lifts all boats, but you have to have a boat. That was a quote from someone at the Frank J. Merriweather Library when I went to We Are Women Warriors. It was one of the first things that I went to probably in September of 2016, and had an opportunity to listen to a gentleman talking about the resurgence of Buffalo, which really wasn't a resurgence for many people in our community. Next slide, please. This continues to be one of the most alarming graphics that exists of the city of Buffalo. It's a little outdated now, but it's only about a decade old. That is the racial dot diagram of the city. We are located just along the Main Street corridor in the Tri-Main complex, right in the Central Park area. So on one side of Main Street, you have the Darwin D. Martin House. On the other side of Main Street, you have like the larger Central Park neighborhood. Which, like many areas in the city of Buffalo, has been afflicted by systemic racism and systemic poverty. This matters because our focus as a school was to dive deeply into the work and families on the east side of Buffalo, and to ensure that students and families on the east side of Buffalo had access to a college preparatory experience, which was what Buffalo Collegiate was designed for. We also recruit a lot from the Lower West Side, where it's a more new American population. And that pretty much constitutes the demographics of our school right now. Next slide, please. One of the questions was our reoccurring recruitment sites. In our recurring recruitment sites, we spend a lot of time partnering with other organizations, including local libraries, grocery stores, tabling at Tops, on Jefferson, which we have done for years now, and met many of our families there, going to farmers markets like at the Delvin Rider Center, the African American Heritage Co-op, as well as at Dewville on the west side, other ones over in Brider near ECMC. We spent a lot of time doing community events and back to school events, whether that's at Johnny B. Wiley, other community giveaways that may exist, as well as community wellness fairs, really trying to meet families wherever they are. We certainly utilize other recruitment efforts from like social media or buses, but we've really found that the majority of our families come from in-person interactions that we have with families in the community, and advocating for the school that we wish to create for our families, but also just to learn more about what they want to see out of the school like our own. Next slide, please. So Leaders of the Next Generation is a part of our mission statement. This is Zion, founding fourth grader with Angela Davis. It was an invitation that we were able to receive, and Zion got to be backstage with Angela Davis. I fully anticipate that Zion, who's now at City Honors, is going to continue to make waves in her own right. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of the way that we work to engage with the community and the community assets. This was an ice skating experience that we had. I think this is the winter of 2019 before the pandemic hit. The gentleman second from the right is Eddie. That's Ms. Saunders' grandson. Then you have Elle over there with Night at the Museum. Night at the Museum is something we put on about once a month in the spring for families to be able to experience the museum. Next slide, please. Shortly thereafter, the pandemic hit, and our school worked to be very responsive. This is the Monday after schools were closed, so March 17th, I believe it was, where we put bags into hands of all families with books and computers. That's the Jones family, the twins, Amir and Nasir, their brother Christopher, who now has graduated 8th grade and goes to Buffalo Academy of Science in Zaria. Go ahead. That was a drop-off at their house. Next slide, please. This is another example of just like hopping around, making sure computers. It's Tyson, who's in 8th grade, and Stacy, who's in 7th. Next slide, please. Ongoing adaptations, the weird hybrid year. And so this was the welcome back barbecue that we had. It's Naraya, Ms. Winchell, our principal's daughter. That's Moza, and then the standard Zoom setup, trying to teach over the computer. Next slide, please. This is our work to continue the advocacy of our students in the young years, Bright the Future, Future Leader, Courage Above All, and Words Matter. And those are postcards that they then had an opportunity to send to some local leaders, just advocating for things they want to see better in their community. Next slide, please. It's Kaylon and Judea coming back. It's year 3, making it work once we were back into hybrid mode. Next. This is Ms. Potts, who has been really the energy of our Parent Action Council for the past 4 years now. She and Sarah Corona, our Academy Director, have started the Buffalo Collegiate Love Fridge, which was the second community fridge in the city of Buffalo after the one over on Jefferson. And so this is the student art that has gone on. It has since been upgraded. We just got one donated, the Acme fridge, the other day with a shelter. And so it's regularly used by families. Just people within the Central Park neighborhood. And then on the left-hand side, that was a teacher effort to go around during the honor roll celebration parade, where we just honked horns and got to every honor roll student. So that was another outreach effort to try to bring school to families during that time. Next slide, please. This is year 4, back on the scene. This is Jakai. Jakai has since moved to North Carolina, but I love that picture. This is the honor roll celebration. And then the middle and the right one, those two pictures are from Ladies of Love, which is a mentoring group that some of our young female teachers put on. And it was an incredible success for our young ladies, being able to do some self-esteem, confidence building, and really interconnectivity of being powerful young women. Next slide, please.
Mr. Pulaski, I'm just going to interrupt you one more time. I apologize. I want to formally acknowledge our board president, Lou Petrucci, who will now officially open up the meeting. I am not a good substitute.
Oh, you're a wonderful substitute, Ebony. Thank you. I apologize. We had a press conference at 3 o'clock. We did not think it would go this long, but many questions regarding the McKinley situation. So I apologize and thank you for your indulgence, but let me formally welcome you and welcome 801, welcome the Board of Education. We are here for your hearing. Please continue.
Thank you, President Petrucci. Appreciate your time. These are pictures of, so that's Roman on the left-hand side. We're on Buff State's campus. Every single year, we get onto a college campus so kids can experience it and start to envision what their future could be like in the college setting. That's Zayana in the middle. It was our first ever art show, and Salvarez put on. Zayana was very excited about her art. And then on the right is Mr. Eddie Torres, Ms. Saunders' grandson. I believe that was Senator Kennedy's desk, of which he was making himself right at home as he saw his future in politics. Next slide, please. And this is our 8th grade graduation from this past year. We did not anticipate that that would be the end of our experience with Brenna and her mom, Aisha Oliver. However, it was within the best interest of the school and the students at this point in time to ensure that they had a stable landing ground. I'd be happy to talk about that more within the questioning session. But this was at Buff State's campus. Brenna was graduating. Brenna has gone on to Buffalo Academy of Science as well. Continue, please. So the meat and potatoes of the presentation here, we presently have just about 284 students. This was the enrollment as of last week. 28 students in 4th grade, 50 in 5th, 65 in 6th, 66 in 7th, and 74 in 8th. Continue. Next slide, please. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. This is the breakdown of demographics of our teaching staff. I think one of the real strengths, and this has been a strength of the school for a long period of time, is we are a very diverse teaching staff. Less than 40% of our staff is white. And that is a very intentional effort by our team in ensuring that we do have diversity that is more in line with the racial makeup of our student body. We also work really hard to ensure partnership with groups like Relay and Buff State so that we can continue to support our teachers in their ongoing efforts to get their master's degrees and certification. And so that is something that we will continue to do to ensure that we are giving our teachers the best level of support possible, and something that the Board of Trustees has also earmarked within the budget to be able to help with ongoing education, as well as the partnership with Cullen Foundation, which continues to pay dividends in our work for race and equity. Next slide, please. As you will see, our teacher retention rates have been uneven. Over the years, our retention in year 1 was, I think, probably what you would anticipate a year 1 school seeing. We started to see more steady traction in year 2. Year 3, as the pandemic hit, we saw some attrition, and then this past year was probably our most tumultuous. We lost a good number of staff members during the year and then over the summer. That is a picture from Women's History Month. So a photo that was taken from last March, showcasing all of our female teachers and staff members. Next slide, please. Our student retention rates rose from year 1 to year 2, where it was 76%, proceeded to improve to 84% and 95% from years 3 to 4. We don't have present retention numbers just because we're still waiting on requests for records from some students. We do anticipate a dip, but that's been our retention rate thus far. Of the students who have transferred from our school, 27% have transferred back to Buffalo Public, 48% have transferred to either a charter or a public school or a private school. 29 have transferred out of the district, either to a suburban school or moved, and 3% have been converted to homeschooling. Next slide, please. From the financial data piece, we have no debt presently, and we have a positive financial score from our authorizer, SUNY CSI. We have continued to be the beneficiary of extensive external partnerships that have generated private grants. Those donations and grants have helped support things from like staff retention initiatives to student recruitment initiatives, as well as family engagement and wraparound supports. We presently have a restorative practices coordinator, a social worker, a mental health counselor, all on staff right now, in addition to the deans that we have. And then our most recent audited financial statements, we received an unqualified audit opinion, and that is Mr. Darcy Lynch, Ms. Lynch's son, and that was day 1 in August of 2020. Next slide, please. I now want to give an opportunity for other people who have been able to experience their journey from a different perspective. Give both Ms. Saunders and Ms. Van Voorst a chance as a grandparent and then as a teacher to be able to say a few words. And then I will turn it over to Ms. Lynch, who's spoken to me and she will talk to me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Saunders. I am the grandparent of a student who attends Buffalo Public Schools. And I will just share one experience that I had. with my son at grandson at Buffalo Collegiate. It's not my son. I was in New York City going for an interview. I'm walking down 34th Street and my phone rings. And it's Mr. Pawlowski. I'm just getting off an airplane, trying to get my mindset, getting ready to go for an interview. I'm like, what's going on now? And I pick up the phone, and Mr. Pawlowski says, good morning, Mr. Saunders, how are you? I said, I'm fine. And he said, well, what's going on? I said, well, what's going on? He said, oh, nothing. And he's having a great day. And I promised him that I would give you a call and let you know that he was having a great day. Now, his son, my son, is 34 years old. He attended Buffalo Public Schools for a short period of time. My grandson attended Buffalo Public Schools for a short period of time. I have never had that experience of someone calling me to tell me my child is having a good day. That doesn't happen. I can't say it doesn't happen for anybody. It doesn't happen to me. And I was just overjoyed to know that someone is taking the time to acknowledge his success and him trying to be better. Because he can be a handful, but someone trying to acknowledge his success. Ms. Pawlowski, to me, is outstanding as an administrator. First weeks of school, he's out there shaking hands, greeting parents, kind to the kids. He knows everyone's name. He's walking the halls. I never come to that school when he's in the building. I mean, in his office. He's always, they got to call him on the phone because he's somewhere within the building, checking in the classes, checking in on a student, trying to make sure that this ship is moving. And I can't say enough positive things about the school. I've had a positive experience. You know, nothing is ever just perfect, but it's really good. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you so much, Ms. Saunders. I want to officially recognize board member Sharon Cutler, who just walked in. I also want to let the charter school know that you're down to 6 minutes because our board needs 15 minutes to answer questions before the next set of work.
I'm going to let Ms. Lynch and then Ms. Fingers.
I just want to piggyback off being a parent. My son came from Montessori, where I was not happy with the structure, with everything that was going on, so much violence. Buffalo Collegiate, I switched because it was charter school and it was brand new. So I wanted to see and decide for my son been there for 4 years. Just a lot of structure. I'm very impressed how Mr. Pawlowski knows all the kids' names in the school. Right now, he knows every kid in school. And school just started in August. I'm very impressed. He do home visits. He'll call and ask to come to the home just to see what's going on in the home or what we can do better at home to make it better for school. He offered to come to church with me. Like, it's a family setting. It's a family environment, and we do so much with the kids. I went on a field trip to UB with the 7th graders. It was amazing. And I never would have thought 7th graders would be on a college field trip. But I love Buffalo Collegiate, and my son do too. It's a family.
I'm a teacher and I ramble all day, so I'm just going to read off of what I have. My name is Meg Van Borps. I'm a 3rd-year biology teacher, and this is my 2nd year teaching at Buffalo Collegiate Charter School. In other words, this is my first time educating in the same school for 2 consecutive years. My renewed commitment to BCCS has granted me a new perspective on the work that happens behind the scenes and the long-term goals of running an excellent school, and it's what has brought me here today. Above all else, Buffalo Collegiate is courageous. There is a vision worth seeing and a mission worth working towards. We are not just a school, we are a community. BCCS invites everyone in, meets them where they are, and accepts them as they are. It faces issues of systemic racism and equity square on and gives space for new solutions. It faces failure with honesty and success with next steps. I initially came to Buffalo Collegiate to be a science teacher, and now I stay to be an advocate for our students, a softball coach to our athletes, and a leader for our community while opening educational doors to our student body. Our school is a true diamond to Buffalo, New York. Just like a diamond, it performs best when under constant pressure. Just like a diamond, each student within our four walls is admired for their uniqueness. And just like a diamond, the type of dedication poured into the school is rare, but truly, truly worth it. Thank you.
Ms. Potts.
I didn't really plan on saying anything. I don't know. Buffalo Collegiate is definitely a school that cares a lot about community. It advocates for our students in a way that I haven't seen in many schools or even in many districts. They really allow parents to have a say, and so that's so important. They promote community, and I'm looking forward to a future in Buffalo.
Thank you very much. At this point, Ms. Balky, I'm going to ask my fellow board members questions. I believe that we have myself and Sharon are in attendance, but I have Ms. McCosey, Mr. Scott, and Mr. Hurd on the line. That being said, let me open it up with Ms. McCosey. Ms. McCosey, do you have any questions of our applicants?
I do. Thank you, President Petrucci. So thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate how thorough your presentation was. I do have a couple of questions. One around when you were stating your recruitment practices, it seemed as though you were attending other community events. Have you held any recruitment events of your own that community is to come to, where you're initiating the recruitment process as opposed to tabling at another process?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We certainly have. So our upcoming Fall Fest is an example of that on October 29th. We have Spring Fest every year. 2 years ago, when Juneteenth in the city was put to a virtual setting, we also hosted a Juneteenth celebration, which we closed down the street. And in all of those, we worked to be able to coordinate with outside partners to come to us, and we invite an extended group within the community. We have social media that invites families that are beyond the Buffalo Collegiate walls. We also put ads in the Challenger and do a lot of things there. It's really important for us not only to go to where like families are beyond our walls, but it's also really essential for us to invite families to us. Some examples of that, most recently, like we partner with the Fathers Program in Lenny Lane. Dwayne Ferguson also does a mentoring group with us, and then brings our students back into the community as well. And we also partner with Sigma Gamma Rho, a local black sorority, which we have a couple of members of our teaching team on for other opportunities there.
Thank you. I have one other, actually two other questions. Can you clarify for me? I believe I heard that you are supporting teachers in getting their certification in masters. So you have teachers who currently do not possess those that are teaching the students?
That's correct, ma'am. Under charter law, we do have flexibility to have people who do not have their certifications yet, and certainly during this time where there is a teacher shortage, it's something that we need to be very flexible with, but we understand like the importance around that. And so we want to be able to encourage our teaching team to be able to get their certification and their masters. And you know, with the impact of inflation and with the salaries that teachers do make, we try to carve out opportunities within our budget and then look for external partnerships to provide matching grants, which we do for the Relay Grad School of Education.
Thank you. And my last question, to give time to my colleagues. When you're talking about trying to expand into, the 12th grade in the high school arena, what colleges are you working with? You have programs set up already with colleges, like we have middle early college, we have Da Vinci, schools that are currently working specifically with colleges. Do you have any in mind, or are you still working through that track?
So in terms of like the colleges that we will ultimately partner with in the transition from high school to college, we haven't gone that far down the road yet, but we have spent a good amount of time planning for what the high school experience is. Transparently so, the person who was leading the charge to open up the 9th grade this past year resigned abruptly in March of 2022. And so we had to make, we did work very hard to find a replacement for that person, but we could not find somebody with the, I would say, expertise and energy to be able to take on a high school start. And so what we wanted to be able to do was provide our students and families with the best possible options. Our valedictorian and salutatorian both are attending Hutch Tech and are doing quite well thus far. And many of our students have had the opportunity to transition to Buffalo Public for their 9th grade year, and we're getting reports that they are feeling a good level of success in that process. In the ongoing efforts of the college preparatory experience, like we have worked with Uville, Buff State, UB, to be able to get on college campuses so our students can get access to some of those programs that they're doing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCosey. At this point, I was going to turn over to Mr. Hurd. Terrence, I have you up next.
Thank you. 1 second, please. Apologize. I was, Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and I listened in on the call from the beginning, and I was en route and transit coming. It kind of cut out when you start talking about your retention and demographics. Can you please just briefly give me a...
Yeah, our demographics are over 90% African American, and then about 8% are new American population, 2% white.
Okay, what I didn't hear about was your grades at the school.
4 through 8.
4 through 8, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about the grades.
Like
How your children are performing, yes.
Yeah, so academic performance, within the first year, we performed below the district in both ELA and math. We did have indications that our students grew significantly based upon iReady data, which is now a valid and reliable data source, in which our students increased by 2 times in ELA and 4 times in math. Since that point in time, years 2, 3, and 4 have been pandemic related. I don't know how comparatively we are doing. I do know in year 1, we didn't have a lot of data to support that our year 1 was tremendous progress.
Of course. So if you're performing below an ELA to math.
According to our year 1, 2018-19 scores, yes.
Year 1. So you have anything to compile from your 3rd year, 4th year?
So we've been using, so year 3 was the hybrid year. We did use the NWEA growth metric to be able to determine how our students grew. And those were, like, honestly all over the place. Some students grew phenomenally during the remote sessions. Other students saw significant amounts of regression. But we used that data to inform us. One of the biggest pieces that allowed us to do was going into these past 2 years, we've carved out 37-minute blocks of time for win blocks, what I need blocks, where students who are really struggling with literacy or numeracy are getting intensive work and support from there. We also secured a $50,000 grant from Evans Bank to be able to have enrichment partners that's going to start this Friday. We have 15 external enrichment partners that will be coming in from 1 to 4 p.m. every other Friday. And during that time period, teachers will be going to TriMaine next door to be able to look at student data so that they can accurately use student data to drive their win block interventions for the following 2 weeks. So I think that from an overall academic narrative, we don't have much evidence to say yet that we are making the progress that we aim to make 5 years in. I think that largely is a result of having inconsistent pandemic-related New York State scores. With that said, I do think that we're a data-driven organization that's trying to respond to the needs of the kids.
Okay, and with that being said, every year is required to report our data to New York State Education Department. So my question is, if you could retain that data for us, could you please send it?
Of course.
And it should, every year, it should be reported to New York State.
It always
takes some time to look it up, but so you have some data that's compiled, you're just not able to share it right now.
I can share it with you.
Okay, that's very concerning for me. I know you do a lot of community-oriented events, and what I was hearing, and you mentioned that also you took a step into virtual learning, just like we all did. I had to expand as a district, but your expansion, do you feel that you're ready for expansion if you're not even having this data ready or available for your
So
meeting today? I mean, you're giving us information about your school, but you don't have that data compiled about your.
I don't have the comparative elements to what Buffalo Public's performing at, because that is what like charter school institute looks at, the comparative data. So we'll be doing our accountability report from this past year. It'll be submitted within the next month.
Okay. And my last question, what are you doing for your kids for sports?
So we have club soccer and basketball. We did boys on the right track last year. We will do charter school basketball for both boys and girls, and we'll start a track program this upcoming year.
So this will start, hasn't started yet?
Just the season hasn't started yet, but in the past, we've done those in the past.
Okay, thank you.
I'm surprised you asked about sports, Terrence.
A lot going on.
I know. Next up, I have Mr. Larry Scott. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Petrucci. Thank you, folks from Collegiate that presented. Similar to Mr. Hurd, I was looking for in your presentation that academic data. I know that we are lacking the state assessment data, but as you mentioned, iReady data or any other type of standardized assessments are being utilized in schools. Does the charter school SUNY CSI require that you submit that academic performance data as a part of your renewal?
Yes, and so we have submitted our NWA data. So year two was a relative wash based upon the fact that it abruptly ended, and so we did not get to do the NWA growth metric at that point. We did report it for year three, and I can share that with the board. The year four data has not been submitted yet because we don't have the comparative numbers from Buffalo Public yet to be able to give that final report to them. So that is something that will be forthcoming when we have that comparative data to give. And at that point in time, I'd be happy to be able to submit that to the board.
Okay, and if you could also submit that iReady data too, just to see your progress over time, not in comparison to BPS necessarily, but internally in your school. To have that comparison. What I was also looking for more demographic information in your presentation. What's your percentage of English language learners?
We have 6 English language learners right now at our school, so a very small percentage.
So I think it was 3% in 2020, and it was 6 students then. So that percentage might even be smaller now if you have more. How many students total do you have?
284 presently.
Okay, that was when you had 175 students. How many students with disabilities?
I believe that number is 32. However, we're still waiting in child find for some IEPs to come through. We do not have all IEPs documented yet.
Okay,
So
it's
working
about probably 10%. My math might be off there.
It's between 12 and 14%, I believe, over our experience.
Okay. And BPS for English language learners, we're at 18% and 23%, about 23% for students with disabilities. In regards to special education English language learners, what type of programming support services are you providing to those students?
So we have a director of student support, Rebecca Rush, who just joined us from Coney Island Prep. She leads the program for intervention for special education English language learning in response to intervention. We have 4 special education teachers in our school. All of them specialize in the content area, so they go across grade levels. And then we have 1 English language learner teacher, Laura Eisminger, who used to be with Buffalo Public, was living in Africa for several years and has just moved back home. And so she is leading the L program, and so they get the individualized supports where necessary, the pull-out supports. Most of our model is integrated co-teaching.
Okay, so no self-contained settings for students with severe disabilities?
No, we don't have any self-contained settings.
Okay. And that, just for clarification, I'm sorry if I missed this. You said you have grades 4 to 8. Is your plan to continue up into high school, or are you stopping at 4 to 8?
Presently, we're stopping at 4 to 8 until we feel that we are with the foundation to be able to expand to high school.
So for your renewal, are you just asking to then be reauthorized for the grades 4 to 8?
That's correct, with the understanding with the SUNY Institute that we will apply for an amendment to that when we want to expand to the high school.
Okay. And Buffalo Public Schools was recently in the news in regards to suspensions. What are your suspension rates over the past few years?
I don't want to say it off the top of my head, so I'll get that data for you. I will say that one of our goals this year is to decrease our suspension rate by 30%, because coming out of COVID, our response to some student disciplinary is far too punitive, too pleasant, and removing students from school. I will say it's like an intentional focus of ours this year.
Okay. I was able to, as a comparison, look at the same data source that the Buffalo News used to show that in 2019-2020 school year, 12% of our students in BPS were suspended. And then I kind of did a comparison to charter schools in Buffalo, and I was surprised to see Buffalo Collegiate, with such a low student population in 2020, had a 24%, 24% of your students were suspended that year, which was below Health Sciences Charter School, which was very high, I think 40-something%. So yes, I am personally, as a board member, I hope SUNY is looking at this, and it's something that I request that you share with the board, your suspension rates over the past few years, and also broken down by subgroup demographic area as well. That concludes my questions and comments, President Petrucci. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Scott. That next comes up to the Ferry District Representative, Ms. Sharon Dalton-Cotman. Ms. Cotman, do you have any questions?
Well, I want to apologize for being late. It was not my intent. We don't normally have meetings that start at 3:30 in the afternoon either. I'm glad to know that the parents are happy with their experiences that they're having with the charter school. It is the right of parents to select the schools they want to. However, the missionary approach works well in every school district, and particularly with charter schools. And so I'm glad to see that it's working in your particular school. Last year I got a call in regards to several incidents that occurred at your school. Other people were working them out, and so I did not get involved in it, but I'm curious to know, what do you expect from the Board of Education when we get situations that impact your charter school? What do you expect for us to do as the board? I'm just curious to know, because I need to know where you see our role at in this situation.
I don't know if I ever thought about that. I mean, I think that there are a lot of really hardworking people trying to provide an excellent education to our 40,000 students in the city of Buffalo. And I know that your job is very hard. I know everyone's job is very hard. In situations like that, I think communicating with us, like to the extent that you feel is appropriate, to let them know that we have dissatisfied people that we need to be able to address. A lot of times there are things within our control that we need to be able to make different. Other times we have a dissatisfied parent that we can only go so far with. I can probably guess some of the conversations you had last year. It was a very unfortunate situation that we're continuing to address. Like you and your schools, like you want every child to feel safe and welcome and a sense of belonging, and that's what we really try for as well. And we all have a pretty significant uphill battle at this point in time to be able to give students what they need. So I think just like a continued openness and understanding that like we're all trying, like I would hope that we're all trying to do the same thing. I know that that might not always be true. And when I was in this room 5 years ago with you, Scott, like we talked about kind of the legacy of charters. The legacy of charters is not strong in the city of Buffalo. There have been a lot of charters who have greened kids out, and we have worked extensively to ensure that we're able to support our kids, amending IEPs where necessary, continuing to support families however we can. We're by no means a perfect institution yet, nor do I intend that we will ever be, but we really try to be better and excellent every single year.
So how is your board of directors structured? How many people are on it?
There are 11.
And how many are parents?
None.
Okay, so you don't feel the need to have some parents, or at least because there's not an elected board of directors, right? You don't feel the need to have a parent voice on your board of directors?
Ms. Potts yells at me all the time anyway, so I feel that
That's the difference to being in the board, being in the boardroom.
I understand that. I think that when we were going through the process of building out the board of trustees, and I apologize for the joke, Building Excellent Schools did not recommend having a parent representative early on.
Who?
Building Excellent Schools. That was the fellowship that I had an opportunity to go through. They were talking about in terms of building the board, and I can understand kind of a not necessarily being aligned to some of their work. So that wasn't a priority of the schools initially. What I could say is I think it's been a conversation with the board most recently about having a parent representative.
With the vote? Or just
I can't speak to that because I am no longer responsible for the board of trustees.
Who is responsible for it?
The gentleman in the back of the room.
Who is he?
That is Mr. Jamel Perkins, our board chair.
Then we need to ask him. Is there an opportunity for parents to have a voice since this is not an elected board on your board?
There absolutely is an opportunity.
They can't hear you. Can you stand up, please, and address the board? Thank you.
Yes.
Let's come closer to the microphone.
Yeah.
Where's the microphone?
Up front here. If you could just state your name and your title, and then.
Yeah, Jamel Perkins, I'm chairperson of the board of Buffalo Collegiate Charter School. There's definitely an opportunity to have a parent member on our board of trustees. We have not today had a parent on our board. We stay in very close contact with both our parent action committee and individual parents. Like I've met Ms. Potts on a number of times and many others. So we feel that we've got a good voice of the parent. I also feel that we've got a good sense of independence. You know, our board is really firm on governance and less management of the school. So we like to divide that line between governance and management and let Brian and his staff do the management of the school, and we provide the governance over the top of that.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm hearing is there's a possibility in the future that a parent would be allowed to sit on the board. So who makes up your board? How many people are there?
And let me say one other
11,
thing.
and what are their demographics?
I want to make one thing. It's not that a parent is not allowed on the board. We just haven't had a parent on our board yet.
Well, let me, split hairs all you want. The bottom line is they're not on the board, so that's the reason for asking the question.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I just want to make sure you understand where I'm coming from, because one of the criticisms that we get as an elected board is that people have the audacity to say that we don't represent the parents and the children in this district, and I know I've done that for the past 11 years. Okay, and without compromise. And so when we have an opportunity for a, quote, private public institution to come before us, and when I ask the question, are there any parents on the board, decisions are being made, whether you are in a governance level or whatever, their final decisions that are made for that school are made through the board. That's where the money flows through. That's where everything progresses. And so that's the reason for asking that question, because I need to know the mindset. It's one thing to say we are very close to our parents. It's a whole nother thing to say we respect our parents enough that we make sure that although they're not, it's an elected board, that we can make sure that we have parent representation on the board. And that's what I'm going with that. So I appreciate your honest opinion with that. So what is the demographics of your board? How many Hispanics, African Americans, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I don't know the percentages off the top of my head.
Can you just tell me how many you have?
1 Hispanic, 3 African Americans.
How many?
1 Hispanic, 3 African Americans.
1 Hispanic, 3 African Americans, and the rest are?
White.
Okay, white. So you have 4 positions, okay, and 7 people, okay. And so are you comfortable with that?
Am I comfortable with that?
Yeah, you comfortable with that representation? How does a person get to be on your board?
Typically they come through recommendations, right?
But did the parents recommend them? Who's recommending them?
There's a couple different partnerships that we leverage. We leverage a company called Charter Board Partners. I think their name has changed over time. It's something else. But we work with them extensively on identifying individuals who would be very akin and keen on board leadership. So we've had a couple of board candidates sourced from there as well. We have 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 of our board members are the founding board members. the ones that started with the school and through its origination. And then the rest of the board is kind of made up of professional disciplines that round out what we need at the board level in terms of finance, legal, education, higher education, administration, stuff of that nature. So we really focus our board on the skill sets and aptitudes that we need to run the board. And we're always focused on diversity as well. It just makes sense.
Okay, so are you profit or nonprofit?
Nonprofit.
Okay, all right. And so one of the things that I'm just talking to staff about, and board members, I really need to be clear about this. You know, Mr. President, I have a problem coming into a meeting like this and not having certain data. Okay, I really do. You know, I get the warm and fuzzy, I get it. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure we have the data, okay? I need to make sure that our registration department is also capturing this data, okay, of the amount of children that are coming back and why they're coming back. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. As I said originally, I believe in parents having the rights. I want to pay special respect to the honorable judge that took her time out today to come. I have nothing but respect for her and love for her, and I appreciate that. But I also appreciate a school, any school that allows parents to have a true voice, okay? Because what happens is that people come from outside of this community on a regular basis and get paid, okay? They come in and out, come particularly from the suburbs, they come in, they come out on a regular basis. We see it every day, okay? But the bottom line is that if the parents don't have a true voice, okay, then you're not hearing, because they're representing a community. And so I'm not sure that your current board represents the community as it should. Maybe to the degree that they can have maybe a third of a vote or something like that, or whatever. I don't know, a third of a percentage vote or whatever, but I don't know. That's a concern of mine. The other thing is that what I want to see happen with the charters is that everyone starts playing fair in the sandbox. Okay, and so that means that I need you to set up, Mr. Board Chair, some sort of a system that you maintain your children that are unruly, that you figure out programs to keep your children that are misbehaving, which is quite a few, 2, maybe 3 calls I got in regards to parents, in regards to that last year, that are misbehaving, because we can't fix it all. You cannot take the cream of the crop and then give the rest to us. We cannot fix it all. So there needs to be a system in place to keep that little square peg. That, I'm sorry, 9 times out of 10, he's a genius. He's a diamond in the rough, okay, who requires, for whatever reason, additional resources, pressure to be put on him to get him to the point where he can bloom. And what we're going to do moving forward, if we're not doing it, I need it done, because I've been asking to be done, is that we're going to start monitoring who we come back with. And it is my hope that we put on our website, on a monthly basis, the amount of children that were returned from charters and for what reasons. Because what's happening is you're creaming and the rest is coming back, okay? And nobody feels that we need to groom and develop all children. And so if the public money is coming in for public expenditures and you're using public dollars, that's something that we need to work for. And that's what I intend on working to do. As my position, not only here, but in other positions that I'm working in the state. We have to start realizing that if parents make a choice, then you have to be responsible to that parent and to that child and work with them all the way through. It's not okay to kick them back and send them back to Buffalo Public Schools. You don't have that option because you got the public dollars just like we do. So we're going to work with that piece. And I appreciate everything you're doing. I believe that you have a nice environment that you're trying, and we're all coming out of the same situation, but we need to have a formal conversation on a regular basis with Buffalo Public Schools and charter schools, because the party's over. We're not going to continue to just let them just keep dumping and doing whatever you want to do, creaming and dumping. It's just not going to happen. If you take that child, you're going to meet that child's need, and that's what we want to try to make sure that we have agreement with. So I'm going to work to try to have our chair of our charter committee, subcommittee, to start initiating conversations about how do we make sure that charter schools and Buffalo Public Schools are working together on the same vein to get our children to the next level. Because it's about the children, it's not about the adults. It really isn't. So I thank you for the work that you're doing, and if I can be of assistance to you, I am available. Trust me, I will work with you and anyone else to make sure the children get what they have coming to them on a positive level. So I thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Board President Cotman. And now you get me. I have
Hey, I'm always presidential, whether the name is there or not. Let the record
the
show.
former, the president.
Okay?
Don't get president. President Emeritus, how about that? So I see that Ms. Curry's in the audience, our local charter school person. I hope you heard President Cotman, former President Cotman's notes. I know that we have this ongoing conversations about the relationship between the district and charter schools and how we can work together and bridge differences. And yeah, they are all of our students, and we gladly accept them. We gladly educate all of them. We just sometimes take a little umbrage when people hold their statistics up as somehow being different or better than ours when we're all dealing with the same population. So that being said, let me kind of move on. I really appreciate your response about the NWA data. I think that's what most districts are finding is that children that are returning from the remote, they're all over the place. Some children excelled. They really did well, and it was a small population, but there were children that lost also. And what teachers have told me is that oftentimes in the classroom, they're finding children at various points in their educational learning phase. And trying to bring them all together into a more narrow band, which will make the education of the students in the classroom much easier. But yes, I'll just say that seems to be pretty current across all districts. It's not unique. When I looked at the presentation, one thing that jumped out at me is your teachers of color. We've tried to increase and incorporate our teachers of color. We have generally been at what the county demographics have been for 20 years. You guys are about 4 times that rate. So that is something that really, I know that we don't have a lot of time now because we need our next charter school to come on, but if sometime you could tell us how you're able to achieve those goals, because that's something that our district has truly strived through a variety of different methods, and we just haven't been able to, get into those higher percentages that I think everyone would like to see. I mean, we want our kids to see someone who looks like them instructed. And I didn't realize that having a teacher of color was something unusual in my education because I'm product of the Buffalo Public Schools. I didn't realize that till later. But that was something that was a positive that jumped out at me. If I can ask, how much do you guys have in the reserves?
I have to get that number for you.
Because one thing that you and the preceding charter schools, they generally don't give us the information prior to, which forces us to go to other avenues. Mr. Scott is very adept at researching. But one of the things that always is concerning to us is reserves that charter schools have found, because we have found historically most charters carry in excess of 1 year of their operating budget in reserves. Sometimes that could be for legitimate reasons. If you want to buy a school, you need to put an addition, you're brand new. Because of that, you need to have more money down because the banks are going to finance you because you're on a 5-year cycle. I understand that. But sometimes it raises concerns for us because why isn't that money going into the classroom? Why is it sitting in the back account? How is that? Why is that happening? So that's always one of our concerns. There could be a legitimate reason, and it very well may be. We've had these discussions with many charters. But sometimes we're concerned that the dollars that you get, and we're reminded that we don't give you enough dollars, but sometimes it's frustrating to us when we see those dollars not translating to the classroom, but sitting in a bank account. And that's not where any of us want to see our dollars. And again, we all need to have healthy reserves. I'm not knocking anybody for a healthy reserve, particularly in light of the pandemic, but we really want to make sure that the dollars translate into instruction, whatever that may be. If it's programmatically, teachers, whatever it could be, but if you could please let us know. Next, I was kind of curious about your response for I like what you're doing with non-certified teachers. But for us, because we've explored trying to get because we struggle finding teachers as well. So, we've always explored trying to make teacher assistant, teacher aides, teachers, maybe some new American, something along those lines to increase with our diversity and the number of teachers that we have. It was my understanding that charters were allowed to bring in non-certified, but that it was focused on someone who had achieved something unique in their career, I'll put it that way, that they were a CEO of a company that wanted to go back and teach. They were a retired colonel from the military that wanted to come back and teach and really didn't want to go back through, but they had, significant success in another aspect of their life that would translate into value in the classroom, and I truly believe that has value in the classroom. So when you tell me, I'm presuming that many of these people aren't colonels or generals or CEOs, but they're more someone that's beginning their teaching career.
Yeah, we have no colonels or generals on the staff presently. In the journey to, I think, ensure diversity and to promote certain things, as you know, Teach for America is no longer bringing in outside teachers. It's hard to fill areas. One of our pipelines is City Year. City Year is an organization as AmeriCorps where many of them have their bachelor's degrees. We have been able to retain 5 of them as full-time staff members and then work with them to be able to get their certification after that point.
Okay.
And I think that certainly the certification piece and the master's element is a dicey situation, something we always have to monitor. We've also been forced to, your schools as well, had to adjust based upon the present market to ensure that our students have the best possible person in front of them.
Yeah, and I know that I don't think, I think SCD is a little bit behind the curve in terms of some of the, I'll say both certifications, course offering, the certification, the course offering, but that's another discussion. So I'm also a little bit curious how you identified your community partners. Did you put out an RFP? Was it something the board decided that here's the groups you want to reach out to? Did they reach out to you? I'm just kind of, how did it grow with your community partners that are with the school right now?
I think it's really about just being aware of what's going on outside the community. I think that was the first part of my journey of building the school, was just recognizing the fact that all throughout our city, in places that somebody like Ms. Cotman just referenced from the suburbs might think is just a destitute area, there are vibrant block associations, there are great community assets. It was really just about networking. It was about getting out to coffee shops and libraries and stores and meeting these people who are doing great work. So I don't think that there was anything along the lines of an RFP. It was seeing that Lenny Lane was passing out food and saying, hey, this is what we're doing, and then we started a code drive together.
I know Mr. Lane. He does very good. He does very good work. I always get the notification of what corner he's standing, passing out food on any individual night. So, what is your? Are you managed locally, or do you bring in a management group from outside of Buffalo?
Managed locally.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
The group that I got a fellowship with initially was Building Excellent Schools.
Okay.
It's a group out of Boston. And the Cullen Foundation has sponsored 4 different fellows to go through the program. Joelle Formato, friend of mine and founder of Persistence Prep. She and I went through the program in 2016-17. But Building Excellent Schools was really just an opportunity to be able to travel around the country to see excellent schools in Nashville, LA, Milwaukee, whatever, and then come back into Buffalo and work with families and see what they wanted to see within a school and try to marry those two sides of the equation. But Building Excellent Schools, since our inception, has only provided me direct coaching and support. Other than that, they have no influence over the board.
So the dollars you spend stay in Buffalo. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's very good. All right, before we close, my board members have any other questions before we go to our next applicant?
Just want to know the timeline it'll take to receive information about your academic scores.
Excellent question, Mr. Hurd.
You will have those by the end of next week.
Good, thank you.
Sure to send.
So long as we have the relative data, I would like to be able to provide a comprehensive.
Mr. Flosky, so your contact will be Brad again, and it is listed in the original email sent of what we sold. Brad, if you could make sure you touch bases with Mr. Flosky in the morning, and then I will send that.
So can I ask you a question? You did send out an original email asking for certain information? Because when I walked in here and didn't see the information, the first thing I did was think that you guys didn't send the information out after we had this conversation last time.
Bradley sent the information to us maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and so the information that you sent, was it something that was easily available? Or what? I'm just trying to figure out why we don't have the data that normally we need in order to do the board, the work, that's all.
So one of the things that we as a board have discussed, just so that we're comparing, using the same metrics for, matrix for every single chart, that we have the same thing. And they're the same basic questions that if you've watched any of our boards, we all ask. It's always about the demographics of the school. It's about the demographics of the instructional staff. It's about the programs. It's what makes you unique, and it's what makes you offer something that's different from what the Buffalo Public Schools, because you're supposed to ideally do something that's different that we can learn from, or that does something that we don't offer that complements the offerings of the Buffalo Public Schools. And that seems to be why we ask. Those are kind of the broad strokes of what we'd ask, but it's always going to be about, if you tell us your staff is 60% people of color, but 45% of those are cafeteria workers and janitors. That isn't what we're looking for. We want to make sure that people in the classroom, or we want to make sure that they're administrators as well.
So your teachers, that data that you gave today actually reflects teachers, right? And so will we be able to get a copy of that PowerPoint? Because there was information that was different than what I'm thinking that it was.
The updated information was forwarded today, so that is what is presently.
I keep extensive records on charters. I really do. A lot of money for Buffalo leaves out to charters, and there's a narrative that Buffalo Public Schools is not doing this, and this, but the same people are associated with charters, wives working for them or with family working in them, and they never talk one time about charter schools. And the reason they tell me that Education Trust does not provide information on charters is it's not available. So I'm trying to figure out how you can find so much information about Buffalo Public Schools but can't find it about anybody else. And when we all know that we're dealing with the same group of children. And so your problems are our problems are your problems. We're all in this together, and that's fact. Okay, and I appreciate that. But we have to change that narrative. It's false and it's not fair to try to paint a picture that charter schools are doing so much better than Buffalo Public Schools. And what blows my mind every time is when they compare the entire district to one charter school. That just blows my mind every time. I just I can't.
And we're trying to, again, come up with the matrix that's equitable, because we don't want people to cherry pick data points also. That isn't helpful for us. It's not helpful for the parents that are picking the school either. That being said, I'm going to bring this to a conclusion because we're 22 minutes over our next presentation, and then we have a work session afterwards. Yes?
The last thing I just want to say is, if and when there is some kind of consortium, I do want to participate in that as a representative of our school. I can't speak to all charter schools. I can speak just to Buffalo Collegiate. And I do think that more opportunities to be able to gather and iron sharpens iron is what we need right now.
Thank you, because I think that's the power. I think that's the real power in this school, in this city, is making sure that we unite for children and stop having the individual conversations and pointing fingers. I really do. I think that's the step to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Did everyone get a chance to sign in? We need everyone who's here on behalf of Buffalo Collegiate to sign in. This tab right here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll be here next week.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Joel's great.
I'm so sorry. I just want to honor you because you took the time to get the list. No, I'm not. I give your name. Did I give your name?
I think they would like the academic data.
This is taped.
Bring that to you and the financial
So
research.
you have a lot of someone. Thank you. Right. No trouble with that.
Joel is persistent. So we always travel to Canada. So there's always so when we sit down to that.
If we have folks in here already for King Center, you can please sign in and include your affiliation.
Hi, Lisa. Doing well. How are you?
You want water or anything?
Yeah.
As always, Judge Jalen.
I'm gonna move out of your way. Whoops, I'm sorry. Bye, nice seeing you.
So where is the rest of the people? Only one person?
Yeah.
Ooh, where's the head? Oh, okay. We playing that. Okay.
Did you see a text message? Yeah, what's the breakfast times? She sent me.
This is not good. Matter of fact, do you want suspended? This hearing. One person. I asked her where was the head. She said that she was dismissing kids.
Okay. I'll go through it. Okay. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. It's just you. We're normally not used to only one person presenting. That's why, that's what the is concerned that we have. Yes.
Can I talk to you for a minute, real quick?
Sure.
Just Board Member Cotman and President Petrucci wanted copies of the last presentation, so we're just printing a copy of.
The updated ones.
Yes.
I just got that.
Okay. Are we ready? Yes. I have my full attention. Good evening, everyone. It's 4:43. We are, as always, our charter schools presentations have a tendency to run over. People are very passionate about them on both sides, which is a good thing, which brings us to the King Center Charter School. I will turn the floor over to you immediately to give you as much time as possible. So please begin your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Tamara Coleman. I'm the Executive Director of the King Center Charter School. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Admir, next slide. Sierra.
There we go. This is our school mission. I won't read it to you, but just wanted to just state that King Center Charter Schools is the first charter school to be chartered in Buffalo, New York. We are celebrating our 23rd year of school this year. We're proud of our history and our continued partnership with the Board of Education in educating students in our community. We can go to the next slide. I'm going to kind of go fast because I'm looking behind the schedule. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Oh, take your time. Take your time.
Executive Director, you have 30 minutes for your presentation, and the board has 15 minutes.
Yeah. So even though we're not going to deduct your time as well.
Thank you. This is just a breakdown of our grade levels and capacity. It shows the number of students that we have the ability to enroll in each grade level. Our kindergarten through second usually have about 60 students per grade level, and grades 3 through 8 usually have about 48 students per grade level. Next slide, please. When asked about our recurring recruitment sites, we listed some of the things that we've been doing. We have an enrollment priority that is given to English language learners. We also do a lot of strategic marketing, both within the community and online as well, especially with the recent change of COVID and having to shift to online opportunities. We were able to take advantage of that, and we continue to use our website as a source of communication with our families and our community.
One thing that's not noted on the slide is that our website has the ability to be translated into multiple languages. So it makes it accessible to families who not have English as their first language. And we continue to work with local resettlement populations within the community, as well as our community partners, to continue to share the mission of the school.
Next slide, please.
So when asked about our data, this is kind of an overview of where we have been over the past few years. This is our ELA school data. Just looking at the progression of our improvement pre-COVID, and then how we are back to recovering from the effects of the pandemic. The information that you see for our 2021 data is based upon NWEA MAP because we did not use our state test as our accountability metric for that year. And the same information exists for math. As you can see, there was an area of progression. Then post-pandemic, we are definitely in a place where we are doing academic recovery, but based upon the information that we're getting in so far, it looks like we are on our way to recovery, especially when it comes to math. And then we'll talk about our student retention rates. These are our rates that are based upon the populations. I know the print is really small,
yes.
So I'll read it. So our economically disadvantaged retention rate is at 87%. Our English language learner retention rate is at 64%. And our students with disability is, the retention rate for students with disability is at 89%. And then to answer the question for our special education students who did not return to King Center, this gives the overview by number and percentages, which are very low. Our retention rates have been historically high, between 95 and a low of 87% of all students with disabilities who did not return to King Center for the following year. And then our staff retention rate, and this is based upon teaching staff. Just wanted to make sure I clarified that. Our staff retention rate over the years has been 91%. And those staff members who have been with us for more than 3 years as retention is currently at 72%. Next slide. And then our teaching demographics, just to share, we are 78% white, 20% African American, and 2% Hispanic. And that was the information that was requested, just to kind of share that out with you guys and to be available to answer any questions that you may have regarding the school and our history over the past 23 years.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. I will say that I had the opportunity to visit your building a few times in the past. It was one of the most beautiful places to learn that I've ever through. It was truly a unique learning space, you know, and I know that you won a lot of awards for the design of it. It was a great reuse of an old church. It really was. That being said, I'm going to turn it over for questions to my fellow board members. I'm going to start off with Paulette Woods. Board Member Woods, do you have any questions for the King Center Charter School?
No, I just joined, so I have no questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Board Member Woods. Mr. Hurd, do you have any questions for Ms. Coleman?
Mrs. Coleman, thank you for your presentation and thank you for providing us with the information and data that we asked for. It's really appreciated. And also, I'm really jealous because King Center Charter School was School 71, which I graduated from. And but I'd like to see the building still being active and used for a good purpose. So thank you for the work that you're doing over there with those children. I did receive a couple of calls from parents over at King Center Charter School, but most of the stuff has been talked about good things that's happening over there and with your staff. So what percentage of your children are local from the neighborhood? Do you have any walkers?
We do. The school, we moved the location of the school about 8 years ago, and initially we had a high percentage of students that were busing in from the previous neighborhood, which references the church building that you were talking about. But now that we're here at your old school, there was a big percentage of students who were bused over. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but based upon where we are with the number of pickups that we have and students are being picked up from school, as opposed to students who are taking the bus, we're about 50-50. I would say. 50% walking and 50% busing. So we're working to establish our connection within the community to be able to continue to build upon that.
Okay. And I know one of the calls I received last year was from a family of a courageous young lady who had an incident on the bus that managed to take over. So I really love, the spirit, of her and her family and things that was going on with that. So I know it was a tough time to go through with your children. The last thing is, how long has your principal been there at the Knighton location?
Our current principal has served as principal for at least 8 years, and prior to that, she worked for the school. I don't have those numbers right off the top of my head.
Okay.
But she has been principal for at least the past 8 years.
Okay.
And who's the current principal?
For current principal is Antoinette Rhodes.
Do you have any additional questions, Mr. Hurd?
No, I believe I'll yield the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Board Member Hurd. Next up, I have Mr. Lawrence Scott. Board Member Scott, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Petrucci. I just want to first thank the presenter. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, for providing actual data. Much more in depth than our last presentation, so thank you for providing that data. I just want to note that it appears as if your percentage of English language learners and students with disabilities are far below the percentage that we average or have here in Buffalo Public Schools. So I think my only question is, what does King Charter do to provide support services and programming to English language learners and students with disabilities?
That's a great question. Definitely is definitely always our intention to reach out to more families of students with disabilities and students, families of English language learners. One of the things that we're noticing about our population around the school in the community is that there are more families that are resettling from other countries into that community, which is why we're working really hard with community organizations to share the mission of the school. To go back to your question, Mr. Hurd, about the number of students that walk, that's one of the things that we're looking to do is going door to door, letting families know that we're there and that they have an opportunity to have their children come to our school within walking distance. So that's part of our initiative that we're doing post-COVID, is to really get back into connecting with the community. Within the school itself, we do have an English language learning teacher. We have the ability to have translators available for families when they're registering, enrolling, and coming in for parent meetings. Students with disabilities, we have a full department that is dedicated to supporting students in that way. And then, like I said, we're continuing to reach out to those families and find ways that we can support them as we continue our mission of the school.
Just one more quick question. You're K-8?
Yes.
And your renewal is with SUNY or with NYSED?
SUNY.
And for your renewal, are you just asking to renew as is what your K-8 program? No expansion?
No expansion plans.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you for your responses. Next up, I have Board Member Jen McCosey. Ms. McCosey, do you have any questions?
I do not. I apologize. I had to take a call, so I missed part of this. And I'm going to go off of what other board members have to say and give them time.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. McCosey. East District Representative Sharon Belton Common, do you have any questions?
I just have a couple of questions. I'd like to say I'm very disappointed that the principal did not come. It may not seem significant, but we are an elected board and we are required to do this, and we take our time, okay? And the fact that the reason that was given was that because of dismissal, that's a concern that no one else in this building can do dismissal for me. So, I'm very disappointed in not being able to have to see the face of and have a conversation with your principal. I think since I've been on the board, this is the first charter that has ever done that. And I've been doing this since 2011. So I want you to know that, okay? And we will know that as well. But I'm curious to know, tell me how your organization is structured. How many people are on your board?
Board is about 11 people.
Okay, and how does that break down as far as demographics?
Don't have it off the top of my head. Geez, I was trying to have to count it out.
Or do you attend those meetings?
Yes.
Okay, so then you know the people. Why don't you try to work with them there? Okay. On the board, is there a parent representative?
Yes.
Okay, how many do you have, one or two?
Two.
Okay. Do they have a vote?
Yes.
So out of the 11 board members, how many are African American?
5.
And how many are the parents included in that African American piece?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a total of 5, and then the 6, are any Hispanics?
No.
And the other are non-African Americans?
And that's based upon an assumption, because I don't have the exact, how they self-identify.
Okay. So what is your role as the executive director?
My role as the executive director is pretty much to oversee the day-to-day operations and management of the school, and also serve as a liaison between the school leadership team and the board of directors.
Oversee the day-to-day operations. And what does the principal do?
Again, in partnership with her, mostly teachers in the academic portion of the program is what the principal really focuses on, parent relations, as well as the day-to-day management of the school as well.
Okay, so you guys work together with that?
Yes.
Okay, do you trump her, or who has the authority to run the school?
I do.
You have the final decision?
Yes.
Now, so are you managed by a management agency?
No.
Okay, so you don't have an outside management agency running?
No.
So you are part of the board of directors then?
No.
So you don't have a vote on the board either?
No. I'm an employee of the school.
Okay. So your hierarchy is like, you're the executive director. Are you like the superintendent?
Yes, it will be comparable to
Okay, and so she is, okay, so she's a principal?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I'm never, and what's your name again?
Samara Coleman.
Okay, sorry I had to step out, I had a call. One of the things that came over to me just now was that a parent has reached out to me to talk to her about a concern she has and about the school, which is really unusual that we would be having a charter school hearing and a parent has reached out. And so I've reached out before to that school to reach out to try to come over there and see what you guys are doing. No one responded. No one called me back. I've done it twice already. Okay, so I'm going to try 3. I'm going to try 3 as a charm. And I'd like to talk specifically about this particular case that has been forwarded over to me. So yeah, you can give me your number. What is it?
891.
You want to give it over there?
Yeah, why not?
It's public information.
I don't know if it's a
891.
private number or not.
It's not my private number, it's the number to the school. It's my direct extension.
Okay.
7912.
Okay.
My direct extension is 519. And that way you'll reach me directly.
Okay. And so, you don't know who's on the board, but you will get that information. You don't know, you do know.
Yeah, I
But
think
you said you wasn't sure.
I said it was based upon assumption. You asked about the racial identification of the board. I said it's based upon my assumption, not how they personally identify.
Okay, so can you get that back to us? That'll help. Because we're asking those questions and moving forward. You gave us data, and I appreciate you following the rubric that the board, because this is how a charter school presentation should happen. The board should have data. The board should be able to compare. We should be able to do that. And I appreciate you taking the time with your staff. I have a question. How many non-teaching positions do you have that represent people of color?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I know that you usually focus on the teaching staff, which is why we went in and pulled that particular number out. But there is
Ask that question every time.
so I can get that over to you as well.
Yeah, that's a question that's often asked, and I'll make sure that staff, make sure they ask that in the future. The academic piece, what I'm seeing is that it hasn't been broken down by subgroups. And so that might be on our part. We'll start making sure that we ask this stuff to be broken down by subgroups, because I want to make sure that this information is available. They're telling me that they can't find the information on charter schools, so we want to make sure that this information is readily available for everyone. So,
Anything that you need from us, happy to send it over. Happy to share.
no problem. So thank you for that. I'd like to go on record to say that this is the King Charter School. Sam Radford is affiliated with this charter school. His wife is the principal.
He has no personal affiliation.
Oh, no personal, okay, just wanted to make sure. But I would like to note that his wife is the principal of the school. And I think that says something about Sam, that his wife is trying to deal with the problems that we have in our community. He's active, his family is actively involved, and it's part of his household. And so whether you feel he directly has an impact on your school or participate, he does. He has a lot to do with education in Buffalo, and I believe the fact that his wife is a part of a school, that he would expect excellence from her as well as he does from us, and that's the reason for bringing it to the table. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. I know that we are over time, but I do have a few questions. So first, which building do you prefer, the old building or the new building?
Well, I'm newer, so I've only been inside the new building, but I have seen beautiful pictures of the old building. But, so I'm happy where I am.
Good answer. I like that. That was very, very nice. So one thing that we always ask for is the finance data, and we did not receive it.
It's it wasn't in the slide, but there should be a handout that came along with it.
Perfect. It's in one of my files. Yeah, right. Thank you. I just wasn't part of the presentation. Give me a second to. Quick second to. Okay. Zero. Got it. No, I see where your reserves are, so I'm not going to ask the question.
Thank you.
What's that?
I said thank you.
No, I appreciate it, because you were the first group to give us the finances, and not just earlier today, up to this point. And as I mentioned, I know you're in the audience, one of the things we want to make sure is that the dollars go to the classroom. And I can see from your financial that dollars go to the classrooms. That's what we want to see. We want to make sure that they're impactful. We believe that they're more impactful in our teachers, with our students, in our buildings than in a bank account. You need a healthy reserve, I grant that, but yeah, we always make sure the dollars are directed towards education. I can see. That's good to see.
Hot water.
Any other questions before we close this out? Okay. Not hearing any, I'm going to close the presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman, for attending and telling us about your school.
Thank you.
ED Coleman, you can send that additional information to Brad. Brad will be in contact with you in the morning, and we'll make sure that the entire board, even those who are with us virtually, get a copy of your financials.
You have my financials. You just need the makeup of the board officially.
And if you could disaggregate your academic data.
Academic disaggregated. The academic data will be disaggregated for everything except for the current year because we haven't gotten that yet. But I can get it.
And Brad, when he calls you in the morning, he'll make sure you take notes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could have just a 5-minute break before we jump on to the next meeting, 5 minutes, just 5 minutes.
Thank you for your
Okay. This is our
Good afternoon, Madam Superintendent.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Happy. Getting grounded again.
Yep.
Hello, Kathy.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Wonderful.
Good.
For real? You gonna get my stuff for the?
It's usually in the renewal application if they're going to, but we can add a question if it applies.
Kathy, are you going to the convention in Orlando?
So now or after the?
I am. I'm already scheduled. What about you?
I just got my information. It had scheduled me. I just hadn't seen it. And so I will be there.
Looks like fun. Hopefully the weather's good.
They got three sessions, topics that we kind of need.
At the same time? Oh, yeah.
They're not at the same time, but if they did, thank God we got 3 people. So if 3 are at the same time, each of us will have to pick which one we cover. So we get it all.
Okay.
Okay.
You're on.
Sharon,
Sharon,
we're
you're on.
live. Terrence, you're live. Welcome, everyone, to the Executive Affairs meeting for the Buffalo Public Schools on this October 5th. We're coming, for those of the Jewish faith, we're on the tail end of Yom Kippur, so Gamar Chatima Tovah. Get that out there in my rusty Hebrew. At this point, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Aaron Rivera, who is our chairperson and vice president, to chair the executive affairs, followed by remarks from Dr. Tanja Williams. Dr. Rivera, the floor is yours. And
she's frozen.
You are frozen, Ms. Rivera. You are now gone, Ms. Rivera.
How about?
Okay. Okay. Dr. Williams, do you want to begin with your comments, and we'll transfer back over to Dr. Rivera when she comes on?
Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank certainly our chairwoman and vice president, board member Dr. Rivera, and the board for identifying some proposed goals for my work. And I want to specifically thank this board for ensuring that the goals that, that are being presented this evening are really explicitly aligned to our 3-year strategic plan and the work that we've already begun, that we're already deeply entrenched in. So with that being said, I don't know if Dr. Rivera has been able to log back in. If not, I'll just
There she is.
Return,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Okay.
It never fails. As soon as I'm about to speak, I get kicked off the call. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for taking this forward. Actually, all I was going to do is just give a few very brief remarks and structure for us, and then I'm going to hand it right back over to you, if that's okay. Before I do that, I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues on the board for rearranging the agenda tonight so I can spend Yom Kippur with my family. I really appreciate that very much. It was considerate of you. So what I was going to say in terms of structure here is that Dr. Williams has put together, I think she gave her introductory remarks about her goals. Unfortunately, I missed some of that. She and I discussed a little bit about goals and guardrails. And guardrails, as I said in my last work session, those are the things that give guidance in terms of how we make out of what we have in terms of our mission and our vision. What I'd like to do is turn this over to Dr. Williams to share the information she would like about her goals. As I said in my email, I invited any questions or comments. I only received one board member with any questions or comments. So what I'll do right after is I will turn to Jen McCosey to do that, and then I'll go around the table for everybody. What I'd really like to make this mostly about is some discussion and some guidance about what we see in the goals. And I want to remind everybody that when we think about goals and guardrails, we have guardrails on the one hand, which are the boundaries, the ways in which, the values in which we make decision-making or set up processes, and goals are outcomes. So goals are supposed to be specific, measurable, timely, and actionable, and realistic. And I know that Dr. Williams has worked really hard on that. So the goals are the what is going to be accomplished. The guardrails are the values by which they will be accomplished. And then we can have discussions moving forward after this discussion about how these goals will be accomplished. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, do you mind taking it forward?
Okay, sure. So we've got a few slides, and this is the first one, and you'll notice at the top that it talks about exactly what is really the focal point of our strategic plan, which is ensuring that we have equity in all that we do. And this is every single day. And so when I'm out at schools and when I'm working with executive staff, that's really the focus of everything that I'm expecting from our school staff as well as our centralized staff, equity in all that we do. So that's why that's highlighted and outlined right at the top. So if you move down, excuse me, you'll see that there's a preamble, and it begins by discussing what really is the overarching goal. And that is, as you've heard Dr. Rivera share, the outcome that I am expecting is that our district will be one that will become a model, national, leading, student-centered, opportunity gap closing, equity-focused school district. And in order for us to do that, we have to every single day provide excellent, well-rounded education for all of our students. The goal is that all of our children will graduate high school, college, and career ready, and especially those students that have historically been marginalized. So we'll be paying special attention to that subgroup of students. And so in order to do that, we have 5 goals that were outlined in our strategic plan. And again, the strategic plan really was a community-inspired plan. It's collective. And so it talks about in the plan how it can't just be the school district that has these guardrails and these goals. It's collective. It's going to include parents. It's going to include support from the community. And so the 5 goals that you see with the little photos above them really outline the 5 goals that are in our strategic plan. And the first talks about eliminating opportunity and achievement gaps. And all of the work that we do, I presented yesterday to our Human Resource Division, and I was able to outline for that division every single one of our goals and how their work touches on those goals. And that's the intention that I will be doing with all of our divisions, because I want all of our divisions as well as our schools to know that the work that they're doing are focused on these 5 goals. So the first is eliminating opportunity and achievement gaps. It really begs the question, do we have achievement gaps or do we have opportunity gaps? And if we provided equitable opportunities and support to all of our children, especially those who have been marginalized and historically underserved, would we still have an achievement gap? So we are working hard to make sure that our curriculums and all of our work is focused on eliminating those opportunity gaps that many of our students experience. The second one is about having access. Okay, looks like I lost something. Okay, I'm still on the first page. Edmure. Okay. So the second goal talks about access to excellent education, and I've said over and over from day one, that's the baseline expectation in all of our schools, regardless of what zip code the school sits in or what zip code the student comes from, regardless of their race, religion, language, any of that, disability classification. I'm expecting excellent education every day from our teachers, teacher aides, teacher assistants, gym teachers, and certainly from our building leadership, and operations and facility maximization. And so we've been having many discussions about our facilities. And so that's an area that shows up in my goals. I'm expecting that we will have state-of-the-art, beautiful, clean schools that are ready to accommodate our children and take them to the next level. The third goal talks specifically about prioritizing safety, security, and wellness. And this is something that I heard about in every single one of my listening tours. The expectation from parents and from our community is that we are doing everything possible to ensure safety and security, ultimately wellness in all of our children. The next one discusses amplifying all voices and specifically our student and parent voices. And so that shows up in my list of goals to be evaluated by. How am I doing that work? And the result of that is that we're cultivating more trust from the community in our schools and our district. And the final one is that we will continue to modify and evaluate and activate new and exciting and innovative partnerships. Next page. So guardrails, I had to do a little bit of research on guardrails, and it really is exactly what Dr. Rivera outlined. I also had a conversation with Board Member Cotman about guardrails and exactly what are those guardrails, and it's really the values that our district has to have in place in order to help us meet goals. What is it that we must stand for? We have to stand for some things. And the first one talks about aligning all of our resources equitably. I know that through this committee meeting, we have our finance and operations. And so the way that we are focusing our dollars have to be equitable. The way that we are placing our staff have to be intentional. And so that's one of the guardrails that I'm saying we must do. And so what I state in the guardrail, that first guardrail, which is aligning resources equitably, is that the superintendent, myself, will not allow any school in the district to be without learning and support resources that are designed to meet the needs of the student population in the school. That's at a baseline. I, as the lead, am saying that that's my baseline expectation. And so I'll be monitoring that work. That's something that is very, very important to me. And that's really the only way that, we will meet some of the goals that you'll hear about in a few moments. The second is that we're ensuring that we have a culturally responsive staff. That means that all of our staff, they don't necessarily have to look like the children, not all of our staff, but certainly we will make efforts to ensure that we have a diverse staff, diverse racially and diverse as far as language, but that they also will receive training so that they understand what it takes to be culturally responsive. The third is that we will have student support intervention systems. And it states specifically, the superintendent will not allow out of school long and short-term suspensions that are not directly aligned to the code of conduct that this board has approved. And so we have the code of conduct. It has to be implemented with fidelity. And so when students receive suspensions, we'll be looking at that code of conduct to make sure that the suspensions are viable. We don't want any of our students suspended, and that's why we have multi-level progressive discipline from level 1, which is really just talking to students and redirecting them, and level 2, where we get our parents involved in SST. So we don't ever want things to escalate to a level 3 or 4, but if they do, it needs to be valid. And we've got to have some guardrails to say the board has passed this document for a reason, and we're very serious about implementing it with fidelity. It's going to take training. So I have staff that are already looking at our principal meetings, rolling it out to principals, because if this is a guardrail, then everybody has to understand my expectation that all of the disciplinary are progressive and aligned to the code of conduct. The next one talks about student voice and our family and community engagement. And under my leadership, I think I've set a pretty strong baseline, a pretty transparent baseline that the voice of our parents and our students and our community at large matter. And so the marginalization or silencing of voices is no more. And so, you know, my expectation is that all of my staff are accessible and are responsive to students, the community, and to our parents. And the final one talks about community partnerships, and we have a wellness policy which speaks to holistically educating children. And so that means that we're looking at nutritional ways that we are providing food for our children, health-wise, nursing services that we're providing to our children, the materials that are in front of our children. We are looking holistically at educating our children. And so that's at a baseline. What I'm saying is that the superintendent, myself, will not allow the district to ignore a whole child approach. We will be implementing a whole child approach in all that we do. So those are the guardrails that have been set forth. Next slide. So now we get into some of the meat about specifically what the goals are. So I have, and you know, I apologize, I will be sharing this with a finalized version with my cabinet upon a final, you know, with all of the feedback that I receive, final copy of this document so that they can base their goals on my goals. So this talks about, for that first goal of eliminating opportunity and achievement gaps, you'll notice that it's a 3-year listing of what the goals are. So right now we're in the first year. And so we already have a set of data for this year based on last year's data. So we're starting with a baseline. But then you'll notice that I have 23, 24, which would be next year, and then 24, 25, which would be the year after, which is through the term of the contract that I have with the school district. So for that first goal of eliminating opportunity and achievement gaps, what does that look like? We start with our pre-K children, because college going doesn't start in the 11th grade when students take a PSAT. It really starts when children enter our school district. And so for now, the majority of our students enter at pre-K. And so we will be looking at some of our assessments that we give to children and looking at about a 4% increase each year. So we do testing, and I'm told that we've already completed our beginning of the year test for our pre-K children. But many of our percentages are based on where we ended last June. And so the first piece, which is measure number 1.1, states that the percentage of pre-K students considered proficient on diagnostic assessments or who have exceeded growth expectations will increase from the 33.93%, which is where they were at the end of the year in June on the reading assessment, to 38.17 within the 3-year period, which would be ending in 2025. And so you'll notice that it's outlined incrementally where I'm expecting we will end up. So by the end of this June, coming for reading, I am focused on getting our kids, and this is at a minimum, but from 33% to 35%. And then the following year to 36%, and the following year after 38%. So every year we are increasing at a minimum rate. And so it's pretty much that way throughout. The next bullet talks about then our kindergarten students. I think if we get it right between pre-K and 3rd grade, you know, it'll only get better each grade level that they move up. The ultimate goal with reducing the opportunity and achievement gaps is that by the end of third grade, that our children will be reading proficient. And I wish I could jump from where we are now to 100% in 3 years. But the reality is that, because our children are coming out of a pandemic, we're removed from school for a couple of years, we know that there's been some learning loss that we have to make up. And so it will be a gradual increase that we will see every year. And so for last year, for kindergarten students, about 21% of our children were on grade level with their reading, 21% last June. And so what I need to see is that by 2025, we will have increased that up to we will have increased that to 23.62%. 23.62. And for math, we will have increased from 34% to 38%. And this is all based on our DIBELS data and our iReady data. And so already this year, I'm told that the children for beginning of the year, they've already been tested in DIBELS. So I will be collecting that data. And then for math, we are beginning to assess our children in the iReady testing methodology. So for measure 1.2, we're looking at our first graders and considering how many of them will be proficient. And as of June, we ended the year with 32% of our children reading on grade level. And so within a 2-year, 3-year period, we will raise that to 36%, which is more than a third of our children. And from math, we're looking at raising it from 19% to 21%, 21.37. And again, most of these are 4 percentage points over the 3-year period is how we came to some of these numbers. And we did that working with our OSA department and looking at some of our trend data and how incrementally we can continue to progress. But again, we know that we've got a lot of work to do to make up for some of the learning losses that our children have experienced. And the third goal talks about the percentage of our grade 2 students. If we continue to increase in pre-K and kindergarten, by the time they get to grade 2, we want to make sure that 62% of our children, almost 63% of our children should be reading on grade level, because by pre-K, we've gotten some on grade level, they move up to kindergarten, and we've gotten more in first grade, second grade. And so by the time they finish second grade, the goal is by 2025 that more than half of our children, at 62.99, almost 63% of our children, will be reading on grade level. Math seems to be a little more challenging. And so currently, as of June, according to the iReady data, when it came to second graders, 13% of our children were on level, 13%. And so we've got a lot of work to do with math. And you heard from Chief Botticelli, she and her team have put together an academic achievement plan, working very, very closely with Dr. Morrell to make sure that the work is responsive, culturally responsive and engaging, meaningful. And so raising that math rate is going to be a bit of a challenge. We've got work to do not only with our children, but with our families, because what I keep hearing from parents is that there's some difficulty with understanding how they can best support helping their children with math. So we're looking to, by 2025, have close to 15% of our children, but certainly, these goals are up for discussion from the board. So that's the first goal. The second one talks about access to educational excellence and accelerated learning. And so for that goal, what I'd like to look at is our 4-year graduation cohort of students. So those students that actually graduate in June and not in August, straight 4 years. And so The goal is to move it from 77.47, which is where it was in June of 2021, almost 10 percentage points to 87.14% by 2025. And I believe we can absolutely, meet that goal. The percentage of grade 8 students who are enrolled in passing algebra, there certainly is research to support exposing 8th graders specifically to algebra. It's a complex and challenging subject, but if students are able to grasp what they need there seems to be research that supports the propensity for those students to be college and career ready when they graduate high school. Right now, we have about 9% of our children who are able to be successful in algebra. And so I spoke with our chief academic officer about why it is. And what she has shared with me is that it's not just enough to just create a course in 8th grade and put children in. We have to make sure that they are ready to be successful in the course. They've been prepared since 6th grade, maybe even 5th grade, and that we are then spiraling up their learning so that by the time they get to 8th grade, they are ready for the course. So that's exactly what we will be doing. I will be pulling that data this year every 5 weeks because I want to know for the 8th graders that we have right now who are sitting in algebra, I don't want to find out in June that we've got, most all of them not being successful. Every 5 weeks, I want to look at the schools that we have this being offered in, how the instruction is happening, and how the students are doing every 5 weeks, and what supports we can give them if we know at 5 weeks, 10 weeks, or 15 weeks if there's some difficulty. We will have extended learning time programs, we'll have community school programs. How can we then support getting more of our children to be successful at 8th grade in that algebra class, and then looking at our 6th and 7th graders to make sure that we're preparing for our next cohorts of students that may be able to access that course. What are we doing in 6th grade to make sure that they will be ready by 7th grade and 8th grade to access that if parents so choose for them to do it? I'm then looking at the percentage of 10th graders who are on track to graduate. Again, it shouldn't be a surprise what our graduation rate is. I think there are predictors that we can look at. And so, we'll be looking to see by the time students are on 10th grade, how many credits have they earned? Have they earned the 5 credits that they need? Are they taking coursework that's on grade level? And are they being successful in that coursework? And so when we look at our data from this past July, we had about 72% of our 10th graders who are on track to graduate. Now we know that, for that other 28%, we do all kinds of things. We have extended learning time, we have grad point programs. And so, even though that number may not seem high, that is data that tells us something. It tells us that we've got work to do, not only with the 72% to make sure we don't lose them, but with that 28% that's not on track, so that we can increase that number. And so the goal is that by 2025, close to 81% of our children who are in 10th grade will be on track to graduate. The progress measure 2.3 then talks about our 11th graders and making sure that we've continued with that graduation track and moving that from 78% to 87%. And the next one discusses our high school students who are taking advanced courses. Again, we offer these courses. We want to expose our children to these courses. Ultimately, though, we want our children passing these courses also. But currently, right now, we have 21% of students who are taking the AP coursework. And we want to continue to increase that up to at least 23%. But again, these are goals that certainly, the board will have, feedback and share, what you feel would be acceptable with respect to that. And that AP coursework also includes IB, International Baccalaureate coursework that is currently offered at City Honors, but you know, we may look to expand that if the opportunity presents itself. We will also be looking at the percentage of grade 5 students of color who have been accepted into City Honors and Olmsted's GT programs. And so currently, we had this year 54% of the students who were of color, and that represents different races, who were accepted into City Honors for Olmsted's GT program at the 5th grade level. And we want that to continue to increase. And so we put some programs in place with Buffalo Prep. I think Dr. Carestas will be talking about that in 2 weeks. We are offering this test to all of our 4th graders now, not just those parents who opt in. And so we do expect to see some increases. And again, we have been discussing things like the community school model, and if there were an opportunity for some of our children to begin to be exposed to how to take tests and having the resilience to sit for 2 hours and some of the test taking strategies that can be shared with them to make sure that they keep their energy up, they're focused, and all of those things, they don't get frustrated. We believe we'll begin to see an increase in that number. The final one is looking at our kindergarten students who are also accepted. We have 2 GT programs. I don't think enough people know that we actually have 2 programs. We do have the Arthur O. Eve School of Distinction program, which is doing some fabulous work, and we have our Frederick Law Olmsted program at School 64, which does magnificent work. But again, we want to increase the number of students of color who are accepted so that we can have diversity within the programs. Again, it's about closing opportunity gaps for some of the students who may have been marginalized and not able to, whether it's take the test or to be successful. So we're looking to increase that number from 42.5% up to 47.81%. Goal 3 talks about prioritizing safety, security, and wellness, and we've been talking quite a bit about safety and security in our district, and we combine wellness with that. So when we look at our numbers of short-term suspensions, again, coming out of a pandemic, coming off of a city that experienced a mass shooting, and children and families who have all been impacted in some way from those things. We ended our year last year with 3,520 short-term suspensions and 1,212 long-term suspensions. And so those are numbers that we want to, and we will see some decrease. I'm working with principals because one of the things that, you know, I stand firm on is being transparent with our data. I think the data tells a story, and so we tell the truth about our data. We say what it is, but we're not going to accept when there's false narratives out there either about our data. We're doing a lot of hard work to reduce our suspensions by looking at the root cause of the suspension and working with our staff and training and all of those things. And Buffalo has done a lot of good work, and I do believe that we will begin to see some reductions in suspensions. And so by the year of 2025, we're looking to decrease dramatically our short-term suspensions by, you know, more than 400 a year. And for our longer-term suspensions, which we know those are more serious infractions, by having that reduced also by about 100 and some suspensions. But, you know, these are the minimum numbers. I'm expecting that we will see larger numbers that we'll be able to decrease based on the work that's being done with our schools, our students, our families, and our partners. Admir, I think I'm on page. Keep going, keep going. Okay, right there. Okay, and so for measure 3.1, The way that we reduce our suspensions is that we continue trainings. And currently, at the end of June last year, 75% of our staff, we've begun tracking who has been trained in restorative practices and at what levels. You know, is it an initial training, or, you know, have they been trained deeply in the practice of restorative practices? And so as of last June, 75% of our staff has had some exposure to formal training in restorative practices. And within 3 years, you know, we're expecting that that number will grow by almost 10%, up to 84% of our staff being trained in restorative practices. And that's all staff. That includes clerical, that includes custodial staff, that includes central office. That we expect that all of our staff, we're a restorative district. That's what the goal is. Measure 3.2 discusses our wellness teams. This was troubling. This was troubling that we ended the year, the data tells us that we had 1% of our schools that had high functioning wellness teams. And that can't be. And so we're fast tracking that and working with our schools to get that number up within 3 years to all of our schools having a high functioning cross-functional wellness team. So in all of our schools, we want to see that. The percentage of elementary schools with an assigned security officer currently, we don't have any elementary schools that have a dedicated, specific BPS security staff member. But we've heard from principals, and even in our early childhood schools, they're requesting support, not for the children as much as for the adults that enter the building. They would just like to have some level of support. So again, you know, we're continuing to hire. And so by the end of this year, we anticipate that we will have enough so that at least 10% of our elementary schools will have at least a part-time security person that they have access to that will be in their schools. And so we're fast tracking, and we're looking at within 2 years, almost all of our schools having a full-time security officer in their schools. So we're working closely with HR and doing everything that we can to help that to happen. The percentage of school buses with a bus aid on them, again, we heard from the community, and we heard from parents that this is very important. They want their children to feel safe on school buses. And so right now we've got about almost 55% of our school buses that do have a bus aid. But the goal is to get that to a place where all of our school buses have a dedicated bus aide who has been trained on those buses. Now, the percentage of schools that have restorative practice plans, we started that a few years ago, and School 43, I believe, was really a lead in having a plan, a restorative practice plan that's comprehensive. And so the plan talked about, you know, not only when there's a conflict, how to resolve that, but, you know, we know that what's on the walls in a school demonstrates, you know, what the school stands for. So you go into some schools and you see lots of trophies, and you know that's a big sports school, you know, but we want to see on bulletin boards things that are proactive, things that are reminders. There are certain verbiage that can be word walls that are in classrooms. We want to see, you know, when students are returning, if they have incurred any kind of infractions and do have to incur a suspension or parent conference, what that looks like. We want to see all throughout the school, from pre-K all the way up through 12th grade, a plan. You know, what does the training look like? Has the wellness team, you know, how are they engaging with the restorative practices that are in the school? So we want to see by 2025 at least a little more than a third of our schools that have viable plans that are being implemented, because right now we're at 8% of our schools that have that. And I don't believe that it's really been measured a whole lot up to this point, but we will be measuring. It's not enough to just have the plan. We have to make sure that the plan is working. So when we look at our goal 4, which talks about amplifying all voices and cultivating trust, again, we go back to the suspensions, and we have to engage our students more. We know that we have at our high, and I think, you know, they do a great job, but certainly that's not necessarily the voice of all students. And so we have to find other ways to engage students, specifically those who have had suspensions. And so even on my listening tour, I specifically met with a targeted group of students who have incurred suspensions, and to hear from them what their stories were and, you know, where did issues begin, and they had a lot to share. And I think if we begin doing that, that will help to curtail also some of the out of school suspensions that have happened. But it's also about ensuring that we have professional development and coaching in restorative practices. And so again, we're talking about training for our staff and even training for our students. And more than that, we want to, you know, I include our parents in this too, and training our parents in the practice of restorative practices so that they know and understand what the expectations are in school and can help to reinforce some of those at home. The next goal talks about, again, the high functioning wellness teams that I spoke about a little earlier. And the security is the 4.3%, which we spoke about, as well as the bus aides that will be assigned and the plans. Every year, the district does a school climate survey, and we assess, you know, how schools feel about the school that they're, the school that the students are attending. Do they feel safe? Do they feel like they're valued? And so right now, what we had was about 42% of the children who are sharing favorable responses. And so we certainly want to get that to 100%. But again, we know that incrementally, you know, that's going to take some time to cultivate that trust and to, you know, train our folks on building those relationships. So by 2025, we're looking to have that number up to quite a bit higher than 50% at 67%. The number of students who complete our YRBS data, you were presented on our YRBS data, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. We want to increase that by about 10%, from 82% to 92%. And then we want to look at even how our students are placed in high school, because that's another metric that I don't believe has really been looked at. But we want to look at, you know, our 8th graders who are going to high school and how many of them get into one of their top 3 choices. And so we want to get to a place where if the work has been done just like in ELA and math, and we've spiraled it from 6th grade to identify, you know, what is it that you're good at? What is it that you really, really like? And in 6th grade, that's why we started our high school showcase with 6th grade students and families. You know, if you know in 6th grade that to get into a certain school, this is the grade point average, this is the attendance that they're looking for, there's no aha, you know, it should be a win-win. And by the time you get to 8th grade, you should be pretty much prepared to put your application in for the high school that, that you're interested in, and have a good shot at getting in, because you've learned 2 years prior to that exactly what's needed for that to happen. So we want to have 100% there. And that's a very auspicious goal, but I believe we can get there. The final goal talked about activating new partnerships. We want to continue to increase the number of students who participate in our summer program. We have a robust, fantastic summer program. You know, we know that the research shares that there's learning loss that happens over the summer. And so we want to continuously increase the number of our children that participate in academic and culturally enriching summer programs, as well as our extended learning time program. And last year we ended the year with about 6,165 of our students participating in the ELT program. And we want that number to continue increasing over the next several years so that we're almost at 7,000. We'll be at 6,936. We're looking at our 12th graders who get accepted, not just apply, but they get accepted into a college of their choice. And we want to continue to increase that. I met yesterday with the president from Canisius. He's excited, he's new, he's got some exciting ideas about how to increase diversity on campus and how to get more Buffalo Public School students at the college. And so right now, about 44.25% of our students as of last June were accepted into their choice of a post-secondary school. But again, we're coming from a pandemic and we know that. And so colleges are also, you know, at a place where they're struggling, but I anticipate that we will continue to increase that as we continue to increase our 12th graders who demonstrate that they are college and career ready. On the final page. So we're looking to increase the number of our children who participate in the high school showcase. And this year, I'm told that we had over 3,000 families that, or 3,000 persons, not families, persons that participated. And so I don't know why it didn't upload the numbers, but I do have those numbers on what we want to continue to increase that by. It used to be a showcase that we just really focused on 8th grade families because those were the group of children that were moving up. But we know, again, just like high school or college doesn't start in junior year, neither does the process of getting into a high school of your choice start in 8th grade. So we moved it back to 7th grade a few years ago, and more recently, within the last couple of years, we've even scaled it down to 5th and 6th grade parents, so that that's the time that you start shopping and seeing what are the diversity of programs. We're the only district in Western New York that have the number of robust and diverse programs that we do, and we want our children to be ready for it by the time they get to 8th grade. So parents should start shopping around. Really, 5th and 6th grade is not too early to do. So I'll have those numbers for you, but it was fantastic to see what the showcase was like this year. They had the sports teams out there, they had drones flying, the principals were there, the cheerleaders were there, they were talking about the academic programs. There was a section that talked to parents about specifically what you need to do, how to fill out the application. And so we want that to continue increasing. We want our children, because I believe if the children get placed in the school that they want to be in, then it's a win-win. There's a more likely chance that they will be successful. The number of students and families that participate in our Saturday academies, we want that to continue growing. That's a model program that, you know, that we offer. And right now the numbers are already high. We've got 4,487 parents that participated last year. That's amazing. And more than 11,000 children. That's amazing, that participated in our Saturday Academy programs. And so we want to continue with that and continue increasing that number. The number of 3Y programs, that should be a number one. We do have right now one program that is at Montessori that is a 3Y program. It's a long-standing program, and we want to continue to get children in as young as 3, because again, that's really when the preparation for graduating college and career ready begins. And so we know that we'll be opening a couple of classes this school year, so that by the end of June, we will have increased that number, and we want that number to continue to increase up to 5 within the next several years. And finally, increasing the percentage of partners who have been evaluated for effectiveness. We've got lots of partners, but now we're at a stage where one of the metrics will be, we have a person on staff that is a researcher, doctorally trained. She's an excellent psychometrician almost. And so we want to evaluate the effectiveness. And so she's creating a tool to look at how do we measure for the effectiveness of the partners that we have in our schools. And so we want to get to a place where all of our partners are evaluated, because as of last year, that's something that the district was not engaged in. So long story short, you know, very quick, that's a quick synopsis of the work that Dr. Rivera and I have been engaged in setting some goals. I anticipate that there would be a mid-year evaluation. We, wouldn't wait until June. The same way that we don't for our children, that there would be some kind of, discussion mid-year so that we know we're on track to meet the goals by the end of each year. So I'll turn things over.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Do you mind? Oh, perfect. I was going to ask for the slides to be taken down. So I really, first of all, I just want to say it was very collegial of you to say that I've been working on you with this, but Dr. Williams really took this, she ran with it. She had a lot of really strong initiative, and I appreciate all of the work and the alignment and thought that has gone into this. So the very first thing I want to do is start to open this up to questions. I do also have for you at the end of this work session, and I will send it to all of my colleagues, is a way to think about how to use those guardrails as a way for us to work as a board. So you'll get it at the end of this session, and I'm hoping to pick this up again as we go forward, because it's going to get to some of the efficiencies and the time on task that we need to do as a board as well. So what I'm trying to point to for us is that all of this wraps together. In order to get us moving forward, I'd like to start with Jen McCosey, who had some specific questions that I'd like her to kick us off with, and then we can start going around and having some discussion. Jen?
Hi, Dr. Williams. My goodness, is that extensive or what? We've been, as long as I've been on the board, we've seen goals set before us, and we've also, I feel like you answered some of my questions, to be completely honest, and that's something we're not used to, because normally the goals are laid out, and then it's always just refer to the goals without the how-to plan. And the how-to plan is very indicative in just what you gave us. I was hoping to just, at first I saw this is what you're going to do, and I'm like, all right, so how is this going to get done? You know what I mean? And you did not provide the smoke and mirrors that we're used to. I'm very appreciative of what you put forth. I would just really love to see, again, maybe detailed the how, like the plan. Maybe it's in the next work session, since you've already seemed to have that already in place. I do want to commend you on two things with your guardrails. I looked at the wording where it said the superintendent will not allow. I'm like, wow, she's really putting herself in a position here. But I didn't look at it as you put yourself in a position to get pinned or to put yourself in a bad position. I really respected how you just will not allow that. Knowing and working with you for as long as I have, I do realize that you will not permit for these things to happen, and you're holding yourself to that standard. And I am truly, I'm not impressed, because I know that's what you're going to do, but for you to put that on paper, it's, I need people to see that that's your character and that's what you do. I do also want to just really commend, not only in your presentation, but a lot of your statistics are things that we beg for all the time, and you just presented them to us. Like, 42% of the children actually gave a school climate survey response that maybe wasn't in the positive. And, those are the things that I know we can look to you for. And I agree on the inner high folks. Yes, they are definitely, we need to actually embrace and expand what that looks like. But then also, I would really like to see an actual track, like there's an inner high kind of program, a cohort or something. What would be that other counterpart, right? And that's something that people are always engaged in. When I do the listening tours every year, I ask to speak to your top student in your graduating class, whether it's 8th grade or high school, and then also their friend. And they didn't have to be somebody who was a top student. And more likely than not, in most of the schools, their friends had more issues to contend with. So they were able to kind of bounce off each other and really give me a sense of what that looks like in their school. But my question was, are we going to actually get a how this time? And my goodness, you sure gave me the answer. So I appreciate that, and thank you for being so thorough. I really look forward to seeing how all this rolls out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mikosi. I appreciate that. So I think the how is a big piece, and Ms. Mikosi gestured to it, and I know Dr. Williams has talked about it before. All of this maps together for her. So it maps into accountability and supervision. It maps to the needs and assets assessment that she started out with. So you're getting a really coherent piece and ways to put this together. So what I want to do now is I will go around on my screen. I'm not going to go alphabetical like I usually do. I think I'm going to go virtual, and we're going to mix it up. I'm going to go virtual and then physical in the boardroom. So virtual, I'm going to start with Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
Hi, thank you very much, Dr. Rivera. I think the goals are appropriate. I like the fact that the guardrails are in place. We always talked about it, especially Sharon Cotman. So I'm glad to see that the guardrails are in place and in line with the goals. I especially like Dr. Williams' take on having all departments buy in to the goals that are going to be aligned with the guardrails, for example. I've always been a tickler with being transparent. So no matter how ugly it is, I like that too. So your goals also include, you know, the not so ugly or not so good looking things, but ugly. So that's good because it allows us to focus on those tentacles. And then every 5 weeks to assess 8th graders to find out what they're doing in algebra. I really like that too because we have a number of talented 7th and 8th graders who can successfully complete algebra if given the opportunity. So we cannot, you know, look at substandard work because they are capable of doing it. And also just tracking students in the 10th grade, the 11th grade, and not waiting until the end and people are surprised. We should never be surprised that a 12th grader only have 16 credits and they should have 22, for example. That should never be a surprise. And it's a responsibility of the child to know what he or she needs and where they stand along with their parents, right? So we should never, no one should be surprised at any juncture that they're not on track. So I like that too. In terms of staff training and restorative practices from what I know and learned in training can be a successful tool for reduction in behaviors, being transparent, etc. So I think we need to beef that up. So I agree with that one. Also with the wellness team, you talked about beefing that particular piece up in more schools, as well as the restorative practice, because they do go hand in hand. So training in those areas is necessary. And I like the fact that we're involving parents, because I think parents ought to know what that looks like in terms of restorative practices. And then finally, I like the fact that we're now looking at measuring the effectiveness of our partners in our schools. We have some great partnerships out here in the community. I think that they can provide some great assets to, our young people and teachers and in the school culture. But I also believe that if it's not working, they don't need to be providing services. And so how do we do that when we have a number of partners who have been in our schools for a number of years? Just because they have a name doesn't necessarily mean that they're being effective. So I like the fact that a researcher will be involved this year and looking at that data that has never been done before. So thank you, Dr. Williams. I know that you will do a great job with these goals. They're not off the chart. They certainly seem reasonable. And so it's just making everybody accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. I'd like to turn over to Ms. Woods.
Well, I'm very pleased with the completeness of some of the problems that our parents have been bringing to our attention. And Madam Superintendent, thank you for addressing these things. And again, with transparency. I mean, it's hard to say we only have 19% proficient at math, and that we have the gaps, but you're putting a plan there to improve it. Now, some of the increases seem minimal, a little low, and I'm sure that we can have some discussion on why, you know, the 1% or only the 2% increase, because I'm sure you wanted to put something realistic, doable. Maybe the board may try to encourage a little more stretch goals. But you've addressed the city honors problem is a big problem the community has been grappling with, and we would rather have a plan than have the court attacking us. It's better for us to move forward. I do believe the emphasis on restorative justice will make a difference. The safety issue is something that the students have to change. The students' attitudes have to change. We have to address their root causes, the trauma, the social issues that they're facing. So I appreciate your approach to say, well, we're going to do cultural relevancy, care about our students, work with our parents, and also put the restorative justice in there so that the children, the students feel respected, appreciated, and we have that can do, yes, you can do it, and we're all going to be here to help you. So other than some of the movement is a little less than I would hope, I applaud your goals and your spelling it out and your transparency. So I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I don't have much to really say or to add. I would just say that it's an impressive document, very comprehensive, very quantitative, specific on goals and how we're going to meet those goals, very aligned to the 5 strategic goals that center on equity. I almost wish that the charter schools that come to our hearings could have some sort of template like this to follow, to understand how you have goals and then you work towards those goals and you measure goals, you measure progress based on those goals that you've established. So I have nothing to add or any questions. One thing though I just really want to highlight is the one goal on evaluating all of our partners that we work with. We know that we need a multitude of community-based organizations and professionals working with our students. And we know that some of those individuals, those professionals and organizations are very effective and have a significant impact. But the reality is that there's lots of money being sent to those organizations, and
we know that there are some that are just looking for a paycheck. And I think it's important that we have a very close evaluation, close accountability system with the work that our community-based organizations are doing with our students and families and in our schools. So very, very happy to see that goal. Great work, Dr. Williams and Dr. Rivera.
Thank you. It's all Dr. Williams. I'm just happy to facilitate. Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. So I'd like to turn to the boardroom. I see a slice of who's there, but I believe it's President Petrucci on the far left.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Thank you for you and your work, Dr. Williams. It's a great set of goals in the interim guardrails as well, the guardrails with interim measures as well. I would say it seems to be very reflective of the needs of the district based upon conversations that we've all had with teachers and staff and parents. And I see a lot of that reflected in this. I just have two quick questions. I've sat through a lot of these, about as many as my fellow board member to the left has. And normally we just get flat out percentages. We'll get a 4% here, a 5% here. Your methodology, your presentation, your goals are very different. We're not used to 61.323 or 47.81. Typically, we don't see those types of numbers. I mean, we haven't historically. Also, we typically don't see 100% either. I mean, we don't either. So I'm very happy to see both of those. But I was wondering if you could just explain a little bit as to the methodology, how you arrived at some of those numbers. Because some of them, let's say like in kindergarten comprehension for reading or bus aids, the two extremes, so some of them were like smaller percentages, but some were very large percentages. And I'm just curious as how you arrived at these different numbers.
So there are some things that we have a little more, I think, control over than others. And, certainly in looking at wellness teams, for example, it's a win-win. And I can't imagine that if school leadership had support and an infrastructure to help them to understand, the benefit of having a wellness team and how to set up a wellness team, and support with it. I can't imagine that there's any building principal in our district that would not want to have, a wellness team. So I believe that one, to go to 100% within a few years is something that I think we at the district level can help to support and move forward, make sure that happens. But I worked with our Office of Shared Accountability in setting metrics, and they looked at some trend data and some of the different areas. But we did want to, I know it may not seem like assertive, but when you're moving percentage points, that's not always easy to do. It takes a certain number of students to be able to move that percentage point, even 1%. And so, in working with them, that's how, the goals were set for some of the different areas. Looking at the data.
You could tell that they were based upon, again, data, not anecdote. And I think for too long, a lot of our decisions were anecdotal. I heard, or this is what we want, without it ever really having the basis to achieve what we're saying forward. So I really like this. I mean, this is, and some of those 100% goals you set are achievable. I believe that we can get, if not that 100%, pretty darn close. I truly believe they are. And there are things that parents and teachers and others have asked as well. So all good things. You brought it up, and this is actually going to be my final question. How do you define a high-functioning wellness team? I'm just kind of...
The outcomes, the data. Hopefully, if we have a well-functioning wellness team, then we should start to see decreases in behavioral infractions because everybody in the school is rowing in the same direction. The trainings in the school should increase as far as restorative practice and trauma-informed care, CLRI, and we should begin to see outcomes when we're going into classrooms. What that looks like nutritionally, the number of vaccinated students should be increasing. And so we'll be looking at all of those things. They have to meet every month. There should be minutes from the meeting so that anyone can come in and see, it's almost like a playbook for having a high functioning wellness team. Do they have different constituent members that are a part of that team, or is it all just teachers? Do we have someone who's on the team who's a nurse, someone who's on the team who's a school engineer? Because that's what a true high functioning wellness team looks like, a cafeteria staff member. And so it'll be the outcomes that will determine if it's really high functioning or if there's some support that's needed to make sure that the team is comprised of a cohesive group of folks or stakeholders. Is there a parent? Is there a student that's a part of the team? And so when we see that that's not happening, again, we don't wait until 40 weeks into the year to evaluate that. When we see at 10 weeks that it's not, then we have staff that go in and support making sure that we get what we need to have.
Yeah, this was great. Thank you very much for all your hard work and effort.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go next to Ms. Belton-Cotman.
Thank you. Thank you for the work. It's very rewarding to see our school district moving in this direction. This is something that we needed a long time ago. And had we had this type of leadership a long time ago, we would be where we need to be right now. I sincerely believe that you're going to do that. I have a couple of questions. From my perspective, I would like to see if we can do a guardrail on parent engagement and parent involvement. I would like to see a level of involvement at every school as well as district-wide, because we cannot do this without some help. If we have the need to educate our parents, and we're doing things like that, many people don't know, but we cannot control children from misbehaving or from fighting. This is issues that have to start in the home, and we need our parent involvement. And had we had over the past 25 years the level of involvement that we're starting to see in our district, we would be further ahead. So this is a big nut that needs to be cracked in this district, and I'm sure you're going to be able to do it. I have no doubt with that, but I just feel that's the case. I appreciate your goals. What I want to be clear to anyone that feels that they're going to take these goals and use them against us is that this is a starting point. This is not the ending point. Typically, the guardrails focus in on the most neediest children. That does not exclude us, Dr. Williams, from putting additional, as Board Member Wood said, stretch goals for our children who are achieving in other aspects. But ideally, the purpose for the guardrails are to focus in on the children with the most need, the most desperate. It is not to limit in any aspect. One of the things that I've been thinking about, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it, is the possibility of setting up a superintendent's, some sort of a superintendent's honor roll or some sort of a superintendent's a goal that children who are on a certain level, when they start achieving, that they get the merit and you acknowledge them in some way or another. Either it's on the website or it's individually in the schools that they get their name posted or something to encourage children to do it. The reason that I'm so strong on this parent engagement piece is that if reading is done at home, we know that children become more literate. And so if we can, set up something where we can get our parents engaged, and I'll give an example of School 61 with their, they have a vending machine with books over there. And those children, work to do good things to get an opportunity to earn books. And I would like to just see, that piece strengthened. And I think that might be an additional guardrail that you might put in place, because if we can start the school year with the parent liaisons in place, if we can make sure that we're moving the best practices from our parent liaisons, I really think we can move that parent piece in a big way. And I even think it will tie us to the behaviors that we're experiencing. Because contrary to popular belief, we don't encourage children to misbehave. Okay, so when we see incidents like we saw yesterday at one of our schools, this is a direct reflection on the parents. I'm sorry, it is. Okay, because I don't expect my children to carry themselves any way other than how they would conduct themselves if they're with me. And if it's okay for your child to behave like that outside of home, then we have an educational problem that we need to address with our parents. And we want to believe that parents are doing the best they can, and we want to support them. And I really appreciate everything that you've done. This is a great start. I want to caution people who feel that it's okay to take Buffalo and whatever we do and throw it out there in a negative aspect. We are transparent that the superintendent is inheriting this district. And this is the result of, and I'll be honest, a board not making sure that the superintendent put these things in place over the past years that existed. So we would take some ownership. I'm looking forward to seeing the board's responsibility piece on this, how each committee will tie into making sure that we are aligning ourselves in the message out to the community, our constituents, that we are focusing on academic progress. And so again, the conversation about the board evaluation, I'm going to go on record to say that I did tell the news yesterday that I will volunteer to be the board member at McKinley. I will start going over to McKinley to see what I can do as a board member to bring to the board what we can do to make McKinley better. It appears that there's an absence of a board presence at McKinley, a board member's presence at McKinley, and I will take that upon myself to start working on that. It is unacceptable that the board is not as present as they should be in that school, and I will take it upon myself to be that member that will volunteer to go into McKinley. Even though I am not the district representative, I do have students that do attend McKinley from my district, and I feel that it's my responsibility to help that school get to the next level. So I just want to share that. The only other thing I want to talk about right quick is this restorative justice piece. I do feel that with the information that we recently gathered from our community, that in addition to restorative justice, that we might want to include our relationships and our partnerships, the ability of other people to bring some grassroots support into our schools. We have worked with so many people over and over and over for years. And we have not seen improvement in a lot of aspects in our district, and I agree with Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. I'm looking forward to holding people accountable, etc. And so I appreciate everything you're doing. This is a great step in the right direction. This is what true leadership looks like, and this is what we have needed in this district for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make one brief comment, which is that, of course, this is going to get pulled forward because the idea is a coherent approach in terms of how the board focuses on issues. And if Board Member Cotman is interested, maybe what we can do as a board is take a look at the ways in which that we have board presence in various schools for all the schools. I think it's an important thing. She brings up an important point. I think we should do it in a coherent kind of manner, including our at-large members. Unfortunately, Mr. Hurd, I have to apologize. I do need to step away and turn over this, the rest of this committee meeting over to Mr. Petrucci because I have my family obligation to go to. So President Petrucci said it for me. Happy Yom Kippur. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Ms. President Petrucci, if you don't mind taking over.
Not at all. Celebrate the Day of Atonement with your family.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hurd, do you have any questions for Dr. Williams?
Yes, Dr. Williams. First of all, I would just like to say that you heard our cry as a board. You heard the community cry. And I don't think the community knows how much this district goes through after a board meeting when you listen to the complaints of a stakeholder talk about things that's they believe is not incorrect in the district, what needs to be changed. And a lot of times, and most of the times, our community's on point because when they come to you, they're very heartfelt and they feel that if, by them coming to speak to the board and speak to the superintendent and to the staff is that this is their last cry out. This is the last chance they have opportunity to reach out to you. And they don't know the work that you do afterwards, after you hear from them, and you reach back out to that person to try to fix whatever issue it is. So I'd just like to say thank you for taking the time to put this is a document, this document together, and this talking about the operational actions and the guardrails and how they align with our goals and the district goals. I have never seen anything like this before, and I read through, I went online and read through other goals from superintendents and was presented to the board, and this right here supersedes anything that I've ever seen before. So thank you for taking the time, and I think this started, with the code of conduct being changed, and with the adaptations about what you feel is necessary to move this district forward, and setting those perimeters within the teachers, the principals, and the students and the parents, and with the community, and lining up with community partners. I believe my hat's off to you for this bounty of work. And I know Jennifer said something that caught my eye. As you put in here, under every guardrail, the superintendent will not allow, and that's really putting the stress on your own self, to make sure that all these guardrails and the district goals, falls on you. And I just want you to know I got your back on this, and it's a lot. It's a lot. I've read through some of the grade averages, like in math and reading, and even the algebra in the 8th grade, 9%. And what I would like to see with that 9% to try to bridge that gap is possibly maybe for our summer youth jobs, is possibly have some math blitzes for these children in 7th to 8th grade, so that they can, find a way to get paid, but just do math, learn math and catch up on that algebra during that time period. And I think that might be a good way. One thing, the guardrails, you mentioned about ensuring culturally responsive staff, but also just getting staff, period, has been a challenge, and I know that you've been working hard, and the staff been working hard, getting more members, that's for ELA and ELL, and finding people of color, and your goal with the community and hiring. So I thank you for that. I know a lot of this stems off the BS data that came forward, and really to take a deep dive and see how we can work on that. And one thing you mentioned was the testing strategies, how we can find different ways to test students, because everybody don't function the same way. And I like to say that that our children learn in good environments. And in better environments, it shows that children have the ability to sit down, be comfortable, learn after they've eaten, and in a place that they feel that, that's welcoming to them. And due to some of the recent incidents, that happened, I spoke with some teachers and children, especially I was from McKinley. Those people don't feel as if the environment is welcoming to them. So, how do we expect them to have a good learning environment and do well in testing and do well in grades and in class and paying attention to actually the coursework? So we do have some things that we have to work on, that we are working on. I just like the sentiments that Sharon Bell-Cotman said, because I'm at McKinley several times a month, every month. And we know we need more attention over to that building, to that staff, that children, to the children over there, and make sure that we can create that positive learning environment, not just for McKinley and high school, but even our elementary schools, to make sure everybody's on that same pathway. Another thing I would like to see in our guardrails and goals is in-school suspensions. I know you mentioned, as I'm speaking with you, about the staffing, having enough staff to support it at this time, but if we can work with community partners or find some type of way to have an instructor there to do in-school suspension, so the child can still be in the building, they still can be fed, and also they still can get the right materials and learning environment and supports that they need, during that time period. And I know it was some staggering times of releasing kids, and I think maybe we can work on something like that. I'm going to be quick, but one of the biggest things I love on here is the student voice. We need to hear the student voice, because only they can tell you what they're going through at home. Only they can tell you what they're going through on buses. Only they can tell you what they're going through in the hallways or at the school. So one of the biggest things is student voice now, and I really need that we can exaggerate on that. You know, we can blow that up more so that they can have a larger voice, so we can hear more about what's going on in school, out of school. You know, what's good and what's bad. You know, I believe in hearing good things and you know, the positive things that we're doing. So I'm not gonna keep you too long on this, but I think we're going in the right direction. And one last thing I just want to touch on is students being placed in the right programs, because I'm talking to kids that graduated from Buffalo Public Schools. I had one person who I've just built a relationship at the hospital with. She's a nurse, but she took automotive at Burgard. And you know, and I asked her about how could you switch from, you know, automotive to nursing? And she said, well, I always wanted to be a nurse, but I got stuck at Burgard. And that was disheartening because it took a couple more years of her life to get back to that nursing level. I got another person who goes on Jefferson and Jefferson and at Johnny B. Wild Stadium, Dodge Street. And she sold cookies every week, you know, out there. And she went to Bennett High School, but she's famous for her cookies that she said. Got another person from Performing Arts, and she drives trucks. You know, so just making sure that we can try to find a way to place people in their right. I got one person that went to Performing Arts that is Zoom bodies. So, you know, I know kids at that age don't exactly know what they want to do, but maybe we can find a better way to really find in that 7th, 8th grade level, you know, what they thinking about in life, and making sure that, because if they're in the right programs, they'll learn more and they'll be more welcome, they'll be around people with the same interest. And the last thing I just want to say is I would like to work on our community partners with our colleges. We've been working on that on the side. We've been doing a lot of work with some colleges, with high school. So let that be one of our guardrails about our community partners working with colleges, reaching out to them, and some great things. I know some announcements we're gonna have in the next upcoming weeks. So we can continue on that path and make that next level for our high school freshmen, sophomores, and junior seniors know that there is a next level education, and to give them something to reach out to and work for. So with that, I'm going to yield the floor to President Petrucci. And thank you for your work that you're doing in this. And I really believe that everybody should see this path that this district is working on.
Thank you, Mr. Do any of my other board members have any questions? Not here. I'm going to close this the executive affairs meeting. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our finance and operations of the evening and Ms. Paulette Woods. Paulette Woods, the floor is yours.
Well, good evening to everyone. Welcome to the finance and operations section of this work session. We have some very important issues that we will be covering today. Children can't learn if they can't get to school. So that's been a very hot topic. And the Transportation Committee and our superintendent would like to give an update on that process and where that is. And then after that, we'll have an update from our finance chief, Mr. Barnes, telling us about our finances, our capital spending, and our ESSER money. So with that, I turn it over to the superintendent to introduce, as she sees fit, the Transportation Committee, and then Mr. Barnes, our Chief Finance Officer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Woods. Our first presenter will be our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. David Hills, and he's going to share some context on where we were as far as transportation goes at the end of the school year, where we currently are, and where we will be going. And ultimately, he's looking at, and the committee is looking at, equitable ways to address transportation issues that are experienced by many of our children. And so he's going to be sharing where we were, where we are, and where we're going. And he will be followed by our acting Chief Financial Officer, Mr. James Barnes. And what he will be doing is giving an update on our capital spending and our ESSER funds. And, you know, it's really about transparency and equitableness, again, with how our dollars are being spent to align to the benefit of children and how it aligns to our strategic plan. So with that being said, I will turn things over to Chief Hills, and again, he'll be followed by our acting CFO, Mr. Jim Barnes.
Thank you, Superintendent Williams. I just wanted to make sure the microphone's picking me up, so someone who's online, if you can give me a thumbs up if you hear me.
We can hear
Thank
you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chairperson Woods and board members. I wanted to start the transportation update. Admir, if we can go to the next slide. This is last year for both AM and PM. Last year, there were 36 of our 117 sites were impacted over 100 times by the driver shortage. 9 of these were not BPS programs, but sites that we service. 27 of these sites impacted over 100 times, 100 specific incidents of uncovered routes were BPS schools. The top 10 impacted BPS schools were School 45, International School, 74, Headland Park, 3, Dearborn Porter, 156, Harvick Law Olmsted, 89, Lydia T. Wright, 43, Lovejoy Discovery, 94, West Hurdle, 30, Sedita, 93, Southside, and 84 at ECMC. 41 of our 472 bus routes were uncovered 50 or more times. So that was 41 routes that were in high distress. The Operation Sunrise Committee worked very hard to come up with 4 recommendations this summer. The first recommendation was to reimburse parents for transporting the children to school. There was extensive surveying over the summer. Those results were shared with the board. And this solution has been applied and fully implemented this week for a pilot period. The strategy of express routes, which means that on one bus route there would be 2 schools included, was implemented. It saved us probably around 10 routes. The savings wasn't as significant as we hoped for. Enhancing before school programming, so at 7:30 buses would arrive, and what would happen is a long bus route would start very early and bring students to an early school, and then that bus would go out and pick up students on a shorter route for that same school. So there'd be 2 routes. And then the fourth was distributing NFTA passes. Admir, could you go to the next slide? Distributing NFTA passes, we are still not at the implementation for this. We are still investigating it. One challenge is we didn't do as much surveying as we did for the parent reimbursement to understand the what the exact response would be. So we kind of need to do that. And also the NFTA passes would be a month-to-month expenditure. It would be a significant expenditure, and it would have to be before the student actually attends school. And then finally, the NFTA passes are fungible. They can be bought and sold. They do have a value, so we want to make sure that we put safety measures in place. So that is still in process. We want to launch successfully the reimbursement, see the savings, and then we'll need to look at that as an option. So those were the 4 recommendations. In that time, 2 robust avenues have been pursued to increase the number of bus drivers. One is the Department of Motor Vehicles has strongly supported the district by working to support individuals in getting CDL licenses. to have different places they can go, to have trainings they can go to help them to get the manual. As we found out in talking to the DMV, Erie County, probably the biggest barrier to getting a CDL is training on the air brake, how to correctly use the air brake. That is the most difficult step in getting a CDL. First Student has also been on media. One morning before school started, I was there with First Student at School 6. They did the morning show at 5 o'clock in the morning on one of our buses. They've been very proactive in promoting that they are now hiring at these wages of $28 an hour. So there has been some addition there. That has taken place since the summer. Admin, the next slide. And so for an update, I just want to give the current status. I'll go through the driver shortage status, the bus aid staffing, uncovered routes, and then we'll have an update on the status of the reimbursement portal that opened this week. Next slide. So we started out the year with around 440 drivers. We have gone up to 454. It's steadily increasing each week. Those are between the 5 terminals. 22 candidates are right now in paid training, so that can be added to the list. 10 more are waiting clearance, but they've been given offers. They have their CDL, so we're waiting to clear those. And last week alone, 155 applications were received. There is going to be an interview blitz scheduled for this coming Saturday, so people can go to the website to apply for First Student. So slowly we are increasing the number of bus drivers. Each driver is an added route. So the more we increase, if we can get that 40 bus driver gap, that will cover everything. We need to get up towards 500, and then the more we get after that, we will then be able to have some surplus, so we can cover absences, we can cover field trips, we can cover other things that right now we're competing with just to get kids to school and from school. So bus aid status, next slide, please. There are 287 active district bus aids, and the staffing for bus aid will always follow the staffing for bus drivers. Ideally, we would have 1-to-1. So every time we hire a new bus driver, it creates a new opportunity for a bus riding a route in the morning, 2 routes in the morning, 2 routes in the afternoon at least. So an additional bus aid for each driver. We have 60 First Student bus aids, so which that gives us 347 total aids available each day for absences. So for our 454 drivers in buses, 347 of those 454 have bus aids. There are 143 candidates waiting for civil service approval, 11 candidates waiting fingerprint clearance, 15 candidates are scheduled for pre-service to add to that 347 on the 6th. And we are holding open house staffing events on the 12th and the 22nd of October. So that effort is going. The goal is to have 1 aid on every bus. So every time we add a driver, we want to add an aid, a 1-for-1 driver and aid comparison. And I did the first day of school, I rode bus, I think it was 269 in from Riverside over to Olmsted. And I got there at 6:30. I actually had to chase the bus down because I missed my bus. but I caught up to it at 2 stops in, and the aide and the driver were fantastic. The connections they made with students that morning, and the connections that our aides and drivers make with students every day. I will always say, when you get a chance, thank your bus driver, because the bus driver and bus aide are incredibly important in starting the morning when everyone's tired. And the longest part of the day can be that bus ride to school, and ending the day when everyone is also tired. So from September, next slide, Admir. The top impacted schools, over 10 uncovered routes for the AM, and this is BPS schools, were 17, early childhood on West Delavan and Maine. 42, our Occupational Training Center on West Huron, 54, George Blackman on Main Street, and 84. These were the most frequently impacted, at least 10 uncovered routes in September in the morning. There were also 2 non-BPS sites who had 10 or more uncovered routes. I was at School 53 meeting with the principal one morning. She had 2 buses that she was waiting on. They were big buses. So she had to hold attendance until those 2 buses came in. They were only 15 minutes late, but it has a domino effect when it does happen. Our afternoon, we have much more impact in the afternoon. Our PM routes, over 10 uncovered routes for schools are School 18, Pantoja, School 19, Native American, School 30, Sedita, School 42, OTC, School 43, Lovejoy Discovery, 45, International, 48 over at the MLK building, 53, 64, Homestead, 79, Graviers, 81, 84 at, again, the ECC camp, or ECMC campus, 89, Lydia T. Wright, 94, West Turtle, and 97, I blanked out. It's the one over on Sycamore. 302. Our Emerson Culinary, they have almost every day, they have 3 door-to-door buses, and almost every day one of them is pretty significantly late. And it doesn't help that they have to compete for loading with the rec room across the street. So there are also 3 non-BPS sites at this level. Next slide, please. I know this is hard to read. The blue bars are the morning routes. The red bars are the afternoon routes. Number of kids that are impacted. These are kids that still had a bus provided, but they had a bus provided in a less predictable fashion. So in the mornings, particularly last week, there were 3 mornings, and this is still not acceptable, where we were around 100 to 200 students on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week, which is a good trend line. I'd like to see if that holds. But our afternoon runs are more significantly impacted. That's counterintuitive, but if you'll notice some of the days where we had high uncovered rates, it's the 19th. Tennessee Titans were that night. It is the 8th and 9th, which were the Thursday night game. So those are same as we see with some of our other adult absences. First Student did a really good job of communicating with their drivers. It's important that you're here every day and thanking them for their good attendance. This is the number of students impacted is, we don't ever want to see 1 student impacted. So some of these days where it's in the thousands, in fact, many afternoon days, those students are at school. Fortunately, after school programming has started, so hopefully there's more constructive engagement at this point, but they're after school, and every one of these students that's after school at a school, it also has staff members that are after school, parents that are waiting at home, trying to figure out when exactly they will be able to meet up at their bus stop. So that's, I watch every day the routing, and it's around 6:30 where we start to have 10 or 12 buses on the road still. But those 10 or 12 buses can have a lot of kids that are still waiting to get home. So I did want to update. I don't know, Ramona Reynolds has been working with the sign-up portal. So she has very good news, and I want to give, if she's available, I want to give her a chance to give the hot number of enrollments in the portal today for the reimbursement.
Bring it on.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. So we are 2 days into the open enrollment for the parent transportation reimbursement option. And as of 4 p.m. this afternoon, we have 1,656 parents who have completed the enrollment form. Again, 2 days in.
1,656.
1,656. So we have the aggregate number at this point.
3 days? 2 days.
2 days.
It's just raw entries, but I just want to, at this point, thank Dr. Reynolds. She has done a tremendous amount of work to work on this portal with Laura Samelsky-Peters and Ebony Bullock to make sure it's an effective experience, to work with me so that I can pretty myself up and have good public appearances. So she's done a really good job of conducting those meetings, making sure the communication is out. She has been invaluable in making this program a viable option that we hope can move past the pilot stage.
So you're going to continue to allow people to enroll, right, until the deadline?
That's correct. Although we've already exceeded the 1,500 pilot number, it will remain open through the 14th. And many of you are also aware that our multilingual education department is currently still translating the guidelines, translating the enrollment form, and also translating the informational videos. So that information will be forthcoming to our English language learner families. However, in fairness to our ELL families, we want to ensure that they are provided the same 10-day period timeline to enroll. So once that information has been translated, once the videos are done, we'll work with Multilingual to get that information out throughout the community to our L families and to allow an open enrollment period for them for the same amount of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys should bow.
Wow.
Reynolds should, a virtual bow.
A virtual bow? You guys really should. I'm sorry.
But can we just can I just say here that we need to be clear that we're grateful for parents doing this. However, as I think about a parent putting our children on the roads during the peak time, we really would appreciate if the bell times are changed. If we can get the bell times changed, we increase our parents' the safety of our children, because we know transporting them on buses are safer than in individual automobiles. It will reduce the amount of people that are out there in the morning, etc. So we do not want to paint a picture that because all these parents are signing up, that there's still not a need to have that conversation about the change of bell time. So I want to go on record to say that. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Board Member Cotman. If I could add to that.
Yes.
This will relieve stress on the system, will make things more predictable, will make routes shorter, but it's not going to get us completely to the finish line of having all driver shortages eliminated and having a surplus of buses so we can do the extra things that we would want to do as a school district.
Okay, may I have some more questions, Mr. Mr. Chair, can I take that?
Well,
Chairman,
yes,
it's
just
Paulette's next.
Paulette's
Okay. I see Sharon Cotman's hand, and then I also see Larry Scott's. So,
Okay,
Ms. Cotman, you have the floor.
I got confused whose committee when I went to the restroom and came back and switched. I'm sorry. Okay, so my question is, is First Student allowing the suburban drivers to drive for us after they've completed their first round? Do you know if that's the case?
So we've had extensive conversations with First Student to ensure, particularly at one terminal, that they're being allowed to take those extra routes.
Okay, thank you.
But we will continue to follow up on that.
Okay, do we know why well, granted, you said that the decrease in the PM driver is an issue. Does First Student know why this is happening? Can they provide us an explanation?
There are a couple explanations. One, the call out rate's a little higher in the afternoon.
Right, but do they know why though?
No, I could have that conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, they should have an idea of why their staff is calling in or calling out or not showing up. My concern here is that we have not gotten to the bad weather yet. And so we know the pattern with this is that normally when the weather's bad, we see it, particularly in the PM, we see a decline. So I just want to know, because if we need to do a survey or if it's tying into anything that's happening with our students, that's my reason for my concern. The other thing is that part of the committee, our transportation committee this summer, is that the conversation came up about the disciplinary issues that happen on the buses. And so my question is, do we have a pulse on that at this point? Because I'm wondering if that might play into some things with drivers and things like that. You know, remember the conversations we had this summer. So are we monitoring that at this point?
What we have not yet done yet, but we're working on is establishing a way that we can take into our data system the first act app where the bus driver will write it into a report, will take it to the terminal, it gets entered in, it gets emailed to the principal, so the principal can follow up on it. But we are working to put that so we can have it in our reporting systems on our dashboard. And then we'd be able to target what routes are there problems with, what schools are there problems with, where exactly do we need to target our interventions. So that we are working on that, because I agree it's very hard to drive a bus if conduct is not under control and if you don't feel supported.
Okay, so I want that question asked to the drivers. Do they feel that they're being supported? This is one of the concerns that First Student brought to the table, Madam Superintendent and Madam Chairperson. They were concerned that the actions of the students on the buses were not being addressed by the schools, the principals. And so I want to make sure that that barrier is not one of the issues that is impacting the drivers not showing up. Now, I can appreciate them going to tailgate and all that other stuff. I got that. But I just want to make sure that our students are not playing a part in that. And the parents are, because I've heard of an incident or two with the parents. So I want to make sure that we're not a part of that. So thank you so much for the work that you've done on this. I appreciate it much.
Okay, then we have Larry Scott, and I believe Jennifer McCosby has her hand up. So Larry.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. So Mr. Hills, thank you for the presentation. And I'm going to take your advice and thank and commend all of our bus drivers and our bus aides, because it is a thankless job and they need to be recognized for sure. So when you indicated last year that there were 36 sites that were impacted, and then it's looking like this year there are 10 sites that are impacted, is that comparable? Can you make a comparison from last year to this year, or is it not comparable because you're including the entire year last year and just September for this year?
Yeah, if I pretend I never took a statistics class, I could do that. We're looking at 1 month. We have 10 months in the school year. So when I look at 10 routes for September versus 100 routes impacted for the whole year, it's a rough comparison, but only, hand grenades and horseshoes kind of rough. There is kind of an equivalency. We are doing much better in the morning than we did last year. And the amount of time students the number of routes where they're held back and the amount of time is less this year so far. But again, as Board Member Koppman noted, we have a long 9 months ahead of us, and at least 3 of them are challenging for transportation.
I appreciate you breaking this down and really giving us hard data on where we were and where we are. Like you said, we don't want one student to have to be impacted, but it is, I guess, somewhat refreshing to see that there is some improvement, especially since the start of this year, and even more compared to last school year. To Ms. Kottman's point, I just want to indicate that I am in a district where we have changed our bell times, our start and our end times. We have 3 different start and end times, and it was done because of busing. So I agree with Ms. Kottman's sentiment there. I think the only other question I have has to do with the enrollment for the parent reimbursement. Do we have a count on how many of those that have signed up are currently using bus transportation now, and looking for impact and equity here, and along with that, zip code and schools that they attend.
Board Member Scott. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Feathers.
No, I was going to share with him that we will have that data for you. So those questions have been asked in the enrollment form. We just don't have it for you today. Today, we just have the aggregate number.
Okay. So that information will be provided to us before the pilot program actually begins.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That is all from me.
Ms. McCosey?
Larry asked a very similar question that I had, so I do have the answer that I was looking for. I do want to reiterate the seriousness of the students that are on the buses that are misbehaving. It's been, I sit and I wait for my son's bus, and I literally witnessed almost every time that this boy was on this bus and then the two buses before it. I've witnessed people coming from the back of the bus and just hauling off and slapping other kids. I've witnessed our bus driver currently has COVID, so there's been multiple times that, you know, buses were late and they didn't have a driver. I've had to pick them up twice. But these other buses, because it's a popular corner where my son is, because there's no bus aid, it is just horrendous how physical these students are getting with each other. And what is the bus driver to do but to, you know, stop that, you know, without losing themselves, just cut it out, stop that. I've seen them move kids around. I've actually talked to some bus drivers. It's been, I'm not saying it's something we can solve, but I think it's more serious than just, you know, we have to get first student to start really looking into this in a real way, because if I'm seeing it, other parents are seeing it, and other stakeholders are seeing it, and these children are being abused on this bus. I'm going to use that word. Some majority of the times that I've seen the physical, it's from 90% of the kids that sit in the back of the bus are the older kids, or you know what I mean, the kids that deserve the back of the bus. You know how that was back in the day. And these are younger students who are being, you know, they're being, in my eyes, like tortured by these children. And I've seen it multiple times. So I just really want to put out there that it's not just a conversation to be had, it's something that needs to be done. And I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure how to go about it. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone or anything. I understand all the circumstances, but it just breaks my heart to see this. And to have my own son, you know, somebody who just ended up having to turn around and shove someone else who shoved him, and I had to witness that. Like, what do I say to him? He was defending himself. So there's, you know, it just brings about more than we need to be dealing with at this time. And I also agree with Board Member Kottman on the bell times, and I agree with, you know, making sure we look into that as best as we can.
Thank you, Board Member McCosey. I believe I see Dr. Kathy Evans Brown hand up. Dr.
Yeah, something that, thank you, Board Member or Chairwoman Woods. Something triggered me when Jen gave that example of a child coming from the back and hitting or striking another child on the bus. You all know I raised boys. And so I used to say to my sons, if I have to come to school and sit in your class and cross my legs, I will do that. And so I remember the youngest one said, and he knew I would do it. And he said, no, Mom, don't, please, begged me not to do it. I didn't do it, but I shook him up. My point is, perhaps we can identify, you know, some of those children who are acting amok and notify their parents and invite their parents to come on the bus and help with supervision. We got to really think outside the box. There's no real resolution, but we have to involve our parents. That's my take on it.
Absolutely.
Okay, I noticed that Waterfront wasn't on the list of schools that is being impacted, but I was speaking to my principal, and he was sitting there in the afternoon with 120 students that hadn't been picked up. So I think maybe you should look at adding Waterfront to one of the schools that's by
the 10 highest is the list, right? The 10 highest.
So I believe Waterfront was at about 9, and but I will never forget about Waterfront. Although I haven't walked by recently to have them drag me in there, but they would all the time last year. So it is by simply looking at Board Member Woods, looking at Chairperson Woods, looking at the top schools doesn't mean that every school is not impacted to some degree. And we want to make sure that every school has reliable pickup at the end of the day so that they're not stuck at the end of the day in time that is not educationally sound. So definitely, I will never forget about Waterfront, but there's also, we have a lot of elementary schools and we want to make sure they're taken care of.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate all the work that Dr. Reynolds and yourself.
Whose hand is up, Paulette?
You have two hands up here.
Yeah, you have 2 people. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I still want to thank them for all this work they're doing, and the fact that in 2 days you have 1,600. I said if you build it, they'll come. I wouldn't be surprised if you get 3,000. So Lou, you have your hand up. I can't see. I didn't see that. And Terrence. So can we go in that order?
Doesn't matter. You can go first.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Woods. First of all, I would like to say that I believe in this program because I looked around across the country and seen other districts that use this program, and it seems to be working for them. Even though it's pros and cons to everything, I really think that this will be beneficial for our Buffalo community and helping our children and our teachers also, because the day is better when the child gets to school on time, eat breakfast, and they got to work with these children, you know, and their behaviors, their patterns are different. So I would love to see where this goes, and hopefully continue it until we can get, you know, some leeway, you know, with our bus drivers and bus aides. I did speak with a couple of bus drivers, and they're happy. You know, when we said that, you know, that parents will be driving their kids to school, they're happy. They're happy about this because it takes that stress off of them, because one bus driver I specifically speak with have 3 children, and she's getting home late in the evening after driving, you know, double routes to get back to her children. And you know, and she's tired, you know, from getting up in the morning and then coming back at night, then have to do homework with her children. So it's a stress off of them also. So let's see where this goes and see how we can do to free up a couple routes. Also, if our parents are going to be bringing children to school, I would like to try to find a way we can try to have those parents, you know, to help monitor, you know, what's going on outside also. You know, we got community volunteers and community partners that's here in the district, so the parents can hang around another 10 or 15 minutes, you know, while they drop their children off. It might be helpful, you know, to our schools also. So we can try to look into that also. And the last thing, last year I said that about the NFTA bus passes, and we spoke about that because in Buffalo, we knew in 7th and 8th grade that we caught the NFTA to school. And I just would like to know more about, you know, what's going on with that process, and are we adapting it to the 7th and 8th graders? And I'm quite sure we can free up a lot of routes and everything for our kids if that's successful also.
So
Last year, we did two things. We did do some surveying of the schools that have 5 through 12 population to see what kind of uptake there would be at those schools for switching from Yellow Bus to NFTA. We didn't really have much of a response there. District-wide, and looking at our 7th and 8th graders, even if we had a high uptake across district on 7th and 8th graders, it really wouldn't reduce that many routes. But we can certainly take another look at it. That's what last year was ran through the models.
You know, for some reason, 7th and 8th grade, we caught the NFTAs for the Metro Bus. But then in some schools, no City Honors and I believe the other school was Performing Arts. At the time, you know, they still caught the Yellow Bus to school. So I never understood that back then as being young, but it's how that correlates to today.
Yeah, and I think the 7th and 8th grader riding the Metro Bus is one question, but the real question is, will that actually save us any, will that take stress off the system? And in the preliminary look, it wouldn't necessarily take stress off the system to do that. I can't speak to whether it would be safe for 7th graders to ride the Metro.
How many seats would that free up if that program was initiated for 7th and 8th graders? Or 8th graders, say 8th graders.
Very often it doesn't free up enough to create an extra route. It might free up 1 or 2 seats on a bus, but that bus doesn't, taking 1 or 2 stops off a bus doesn't necessarily mean that you can reroute that bus, because that bus may be in, you know, South Buffalo going up certain streets. It might be a shorter run, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that it could pick up more kids.
Okay, our graduating class from like an 8th grade may consist of, am I correct, maybe about 55, 60 kids?
In most schools. Some schools have 90 to 100.
90 to 100.
Most schools have the 60 range too.
And that wouldn't free up bus space?
Not if
route time?
Not if 15 to 20% of them did it. It wouldn't make a significant savings.
But when we went, it was mandatory that we rode the Metro Bus to school. It was mandatory. We didn't have a choice whether, unless it was situational by the school.
That would be a monumental shift, and to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
That could be a savings, but again, it would be a good shift right now to have our 7th and 8th graders on NFTA.
Or you mean just say 8th graders?
Or just 8th graders. That would be a huge shift.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Lou Petruski and then Larry Scott. And remember, we have to respect parent choice. So Mr. Board Member Hurd, mandatory for someone who might be a child size, a grant. I mean, I remember I was only 4 feet, and it wouldn't have been safe for me to be trying to get the bus. So parent choice.
No, I'm sorry, I was just referring to what was mandatory when I went to school. I know that was 100 years ago, but but it was mandatory that, you know, if we had to catch the NFTA to school and back. So it was, you know, they gave us bus passes to get ready.
Okay, Mr. Board President, Mr. Petruski, and then Board Member Scott.
Thank you. As someone who rode both Terrence, I preferred Metro over the Cheese Bus, but that's my own preference from that time period. It was still the time when, I don't want to talk about that. Anyways.
100 years ago.
It was a long time ago. Did you have bus? I'm a Jerry curl. Anyways, I have a variety of questions. So first of all, I'll start off with, has there been discussion with the State Education Department about reimbursement for this program?
Preliminary, but not significant. Right now, we are not fully reimbursed for our transportation anyways. But
it's pretty high.
We have our students from 0.7 miles to 1.5 miles. We aren't reimbursed for those students because we've decided to give them extra. And this year, we're getting more and more people ask for the exemption that the board approved last year of having Metro when you're within the 1.5 miles. So we are getting more and more requests for that, particularly now that the word is out. So those will not be reimbursable either. So we always have a chunk reimbursable. Our preliminary indications from the state are we're putting in last year's funding now, so we're feeling them out, but preliminary is not positive, but I think there might be other avenues besides Humboldt, me and Jim that could possibly. So, but right now we're not fully reimbursed. We're at about 78%.
Or you get like 90%.
But with the 0.7 miles.
Well, those are excluded. On aidable expenditures, we get 90%.
We get 90% of the aidable, and from talking to Cheryl, about 28% of our students are not aidable at all.
So,
right?
So let me build upon that comment. So one of the questions I had knowing this, because I had very similar conversations with the state education department, I'm just wondering why the program wasn't differentiated between special needs and non-special needs students, because Paulette had presented, and my conversations at least said that they'd be there are existing programs where they are reimbursable for special needs families that want to transport their parents or their children, and that's where we have our largest problem with bus drivers as well.
We are tagging as people are joining on. We're going to tag the students' records who are IEP door-to-door transportation. We are more optimistic that that might be reimbursable.
Okay, but we didn't do like a separate outreach specifically to our CPAC parents.
We did everyone.
Okay, but we didn't do anything special for them. It was just, I know we did everyone, but nothing special for our CPAC.
Nothing special to our CPAC.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any discussion about the impact of our new 3-year program on transportation?
Yes, there has been, but nothing that's at a very mature level yet.
Okay. Just because I know that if I was a parent of a 3-year-old, as much as I would have welcomed a program like this very much, I would also, the second part of that statement would be, I would want my child to be as close to me as possible. And I think that's pretty common for all parents across the district. Yeah. The older you get, the farther away they can go by themselves, and you feel comfortable with it. But when they're young, when the younger they are, the more close you want to have them, close to them. Yeah, because that's where.
As we roll out the preschool program, we'll have those conversations at a more sophisticated level.
Okay. I know it's a longer term solution. I know there have been some presentations, but just has there been any measurable impact about student placement on our bus routes? Because I know that they said that they were trying to, where possible, to get kids into an area where they may be able to walk to school just in light of our transportation issues.
I think what we would see is if we see an increase in the percentage of walkers. I'm not prepared with that number yet, but I can look for it.
Okay. So with respect to the data that we have now, so we know the students impacted by the driver shortage. I know that disproportionately we've been short drivers who drive our special needs population. I was just wondering, do you know what these numbers look like when we put it through the filter of special needs?
I don't have a breakdown for that, but I can tell you that many of the schools, like you notice 42 is impacted in the morning and in the afternoon, 84 morning and afternoon, 302 only has door-to-door buses. So yes, it doesn't exclusively impact our special needs students, and I can look for a breakdown, see if we have that.
Because I think that that's where we're going to see a lot of that, just based upon, again, the work that I've seen prior to this. I just know that that's where we have a high need.
Looking at the school numbers, I could intuit that, but again, I don't have the specific number.
Okay. And just, I was going to kind of, 2 more questions, I swear I'll be quiet. So I'm very curious as to see, I mean, the 1,656, I feel very confident that the numbers will be well over 2,000 by the time and when we start getting into those numbers, yeah, the percentages may change. If we have parents driving on routine, there may be that change. When we do have those numbers, I would like to see, I know Larry had asked at a rather higher rate, but I would be very interested in seeing the data, disaggregated, the enrollment data disaggregated by route. Here's the people that applied, and what routes is it going to be impacted? Because that's really where we're going to see what the benefit is.
Can we see it by district also?
Yeah. I think we can do it. We can, Ebony and Julie can disaggregate by a million different ways. So yeah, it's just, we want to put the filters through that are going to give us the data we want in a format that's going to allow us to make those informed decisions. And I know in light of other factors, but I'll still ask the question. Is there any update on the bell time negotiations?
So I can't speak to negotiations at all. I don't know if Nate Kuzma is where you'd be able to mention that.
Okay. I was just kind of curious, 'cause I know it was one of the things that the the Sunshine Committee, Transportation Committee, by another name, had discussed as an option.
I think it was interesting, Ludo, to note that Kenmore, Kenton has made those accommodations. That's really big. It really is big.
Yeah, at the transportation meeting, they said that this would be probably the best option for us as a district.
And I'm glad that we're taking a multi-pronged approach, because I think that's how we solve this. I don't think there's there's no one simple solution to a problem as complex as this, and a district as diverse as our district is. I think we need multiple solutions. And that concludes my comments, questions, and others.
I don't see any other hands up.
Ms. Woods, I just had one question I forgot to ask.
Proceed, Mr. Scott.
In regards to field trips, so Mr. Hills, I'm hearing from both my son's schools and others that there's a concern about no transportation for field trips. What's the status on that?
Music field trips are taking a large amount of our during the day bus capacity. From the time where the last AM bus drops off till we start our afternoon runs, there is an ability, even right now, to do about 12 buses a day for field trips. As you know, that's in addition to the music trips being scheduled. So there is an ability to do field trips, but we are severely limited compared to where we have been in the past. So, but I'm going to work with Cheryl Kennedy to get a communication out to schools what they can do, and we're going to have a conversation with Ann CAO Botticelli and Will Carestas on some of the field trip issues too, coming up soon.
Thank you, Mr. Hills.
Again, I think the superintendent is to be commended, and Dr. Hill, and the Dr. Reynolds for all your efforts. I say this is like a 10-headed hydra. We've got 5 of those limbs pinned, and we're working on a couple more, and we will tame this beast and be able to get all of our students into school safely, on time, so they can have a full education. I know that's your goal. So, Madam Superintendent,
if I could, share, I want to certainly also commend this committee. We had a really diverse group of stakeholders who have come together, really volunteers, most of them, because they are concerned about the issue of transportation for all of our students. And they did a lot of work. And so what you're hearing now is really work that was uplifted and which really came about organically from the work of this committee. And, you know, we just received a text from one of our parents who participated. And I just want to read his words because it's so meaningful. It said, "It was one of the best working committees we've ever had, and it should be a model for all future committees." And I really, really respect, you know, that this is someone that's not paid, that volunteered time, and that saw value in the work, and is now beginning to see some of the outcomes from some of the recommendations that came forth. So I too want to really commend this committee, and I want to commend John Gonzalez, who started out leading it, and David Hills, and Ramona Reynolds, and our board members. I know that Board President Petrucci and Sharon Belton-Cotman, you know, I believe you may have come to some of the meetings, but I just, you know, I really appreciate all of the work that went into this committee and the thoughtfulness behind it. Thank you.
You know what, Madam, can I also give a shout out to Mickey Kearns, because he came and Mark Schroeder, you know, they also, you know, worked with us. So it was a true community effort. They really want to make a difference. And I just would think we would be remiss not to give them a shout out, because they went the 9 yards with us as well.
They were very helpful in terms of helping to both eliminate hurdles in the process, but also address concerns we had about the exam. Those were all like really good. They were very, very, and again, they showed up also. Like, they showed up to talk with us and answer our questions. That was
And
good
so
to
as
see.
a result, we're looking at adding adult education programs that will help to train bus drivers. We're working with our parent centers to provide information to folks who may be interested in becoming, I mean, it really, the committee went into areas that I don't think when we started off with this, we thought it would, you know, morph into. So, you know, it really was a model committee that came together and is still doing the work. The fact that in 2 sessions, we have more than 1,600 parents who have already indicated some interest is huge. That is huge.
Yes.
So, kudos.
That's what it's going to look like when we get really parent engagement throughout the whole district. What this district is going to look like, it's going to be off the hook. I can't wait.
Every day's a step closer.
Yeah, it is. This is the right thing.
Hard work pays off.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Okay, Madam Superintendent, would you like to move to the next item and introduce our acting Chief Financial Officer?
So we have Mr. Jim Brown, who is doing a
Chairwoman
fantastic
Woods?
job.
Chairwoman Woods?
We added a couple people, but Deputy Mayor Crystal Rodriguez also was incredibly helpful in being at the committee.
And Donna
Grant.
Yes,
Grant,
yes.
thank you. Yes,
So,
better
yes,
add those
I didn't
people
want to
to-
forget that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention. They came through. They did.
And our governor was willing to look at mobilizing the National Guard and waiving a lot of restrictions at the state level, so don't forget her.
Speak to us.
So we next have our acting Chief Financial Officer, Jim Barnes, who is, if I must say so myself, is doing a fantastic job. He has stepped into the role at probably the busiest time of that particular office's work, and he does not miss a beat. So I'm very pleased with the work he's doing, and tonight he's going to be just sharing an update with you, a brief update on our capital spending project, but also on our ARP and ESSER funds.
Thank you, Superintendent. Can everybody hear me? All right. 3 quick updates. I'll start out with the status of the 22-23 revenue submissions and the 21-22 audit. The revenue submissions were completed today at 2:30, and they were certified by New York State. So we're running a little ahead of schedule there. The next step in that, and the significance of those, we will receive a 22-23 state aid calculation called an output report from the state by the end of October or early November. That calculation from the state is based on the numbers we just submitted. Our budget is $843 million in state aid this year. So all the numbers are in. Now we wait for the state to give us our calculations and our award. Real quick, I do want to say great job to my staff, Rachel Nyland, Andrew Oniji, Adrian Basico, Saeed Abdullah, and Danielle Swanakamp. They really stepped up during this critical time. At the same time, now that that's finished, we turn our full attention, although we've been working on both sides of the road here, for the audit of our 21-22 results. The audit is going well, but it's still in progress. Lumsden and McCormick, our external auditors, they typically present a draft of the 21-22 audit to the Finance and Op Committee and the final audit to the full board during the month of October. again, we're making great progress, and I will continue to update the superintendent on a daily basis and work on scheduling a meeting for Lumsden and McCormick to present those results to the board. But so far, so good. Quickly, I'm going to turn to the ARP-ESSER update. Again, the audit's in progress, but it's really moving near completion. So we have 21-22 results for the first year of the ARP-ESSER program. The first column is the revised budget was $113 million. We actually spent and paid out $47.7 million. And we have open encumbrances for large purchases. We have about $12 million encumbered. So the fourth column is the actual plus encumbrances. We spent about $60 million, over 50% of our revised budget in the first year. That's a very good rate compared to other districts in the state. Now that left $53.7 million unspent. I want to assure everyone, once again, those dollars are thrown into the 22-23 budget and repurposed, okay? So no dollars are returned, they're just moved to the next year. I left a note on here on some of the largest expenditures during the first year. IT-related purchases, HVAC equipment for every school. Part of the learning loss category is enhanced summer school and after-school programs, and we did hire 70 additional staff, including social workers and attendance teachers, guidance counselors, tradesmen, security guards. So, the next slide, please, Andrew. This one, the notes are as important as the dollars. But truly, through the support and attention that the superintendent has given this, we've sort of wrestled to the ground what was becoming an unruly budget process, meaning there were literally thousands of submissions on paper forms and she stepped in and has sort of capped the submissions for right now until we get on top of everything that has been submitted and instituted an all electronic submission form through our regular budget process. So I know there's a lot of excitement over it, but the process itself got a little bit out of control. So thank you, Superintendent. The first yellow bar, that shows our new budget for the next 3 years, totaling $289.6 million. Which is the exact amount of our ARP-ESSER award. I just want to go through the notes here. On September 7th, at our last meeting, we did report that the budget requests were far in excess of our $289 million allocation. On September 16th, the super issued a temporary halt to any additional spending requests. And Mrs. Woods, this sort of goes to our conversation earlier in the day. Since that time, we've been working on prioritizing the current budget to make sure all the items are approved ARP-ESSER programs, that they conform to our strategic plan, which was outlined earlier, and with some community input. Important note, now that the budget is balanced, any new additional budget requests that are approved must be offset by cuts in existing programs. There is no room left in the budget. Items can be swapped out, but they can't be added to it. And Mrs. Woods, at the end of October, we'll be ready for quarterly communications and reporting on a detailed basis. And that sort of follows up with our conversation earlier. The last part of the ESSER update is just a quick overview of what's in the 22-23 budgets. The first bullet, though, goes to the administrative and regulatory aspects of this. We submitted FS10s to the state way back when. We've made significant adjustments to those budgets based on, again, community input, strategic plan initiatives, a lot of initiatives that were submitted to the schools and the ASLs. We have to now amend those initial FS10 filings with the state. We're in the process of doing that. So these new revised budgets do require state approval. We think we've been very careful and only in vetting the request up front before we put them in our budget. The current version of the 22-23 budget includes 180 school-based budget FTEs, 50 security guards, $40 million in security equipment, additional funds for air handling, IT equipment, network service, and other IT-related issues, $14 million. And again, another robust after-school and summer school program totaling almost $20 million. And there's some phase 2 or 3 site and stadium improvements at 195 and 208 for about $6 million. One last thing on the 22-23 budgets and the current status of our, we have been contacted by New York State regarding an audit. Superintendent, you mentioned this is a busy time of year. If they push up the on-site visits, it's going to occupy like all of October and November. However, on October 11th, we'll be notified from New York State and their lead reviewer regarding when their review dates will happen. There is a wide range. They can start as early as October, or this month, or as late as January of 2024. So we're hoping for, we actually welcome the audit. It'll help us refine our planning and our procedures, confirm we're doing everything correctly, especially in our purchasing procedures. And, but we just hope it doesn't happen in October. You know, give us a couple of months of breathing room, maybe early next year would be great, but that's up to New York State. So that's the ESSER budget, and I wanted to, again, at the end of this month and for every month after that, we will be in a position to provide very detailed reporting and answers to any questions. It's a completely transparent process. We've imported all the data into now our main ERP system as opposed to the use of spreadsheets. We will be able to report out on a monthly basis.
Okay.
I'm going to turn to my last item, capital spending plans. Per New York State, a building condition survey is required every 5 years. We discussed that at our last meeting. This document is the foundation of what the district's 5-year capital project and budget plan looks like. And the building condition survey is due March 2023. At different board meetings and other conversations I had and communications, I know there's additional new requests, discussions, or plans for 22, 23, and the out years. So putting all that together, the superintendent has requested the formation of a committee of plant services, finance, and 2 board members to help construct our 5-year capital plan. So, Super, is there anything you want to add on that point?
No, not at all.
Well, I'm sure she's well aware that the Finance and Ops Chair is very interested in improving the capital process and the board's input. I appreciate you adding that there should be 2 board members on there. And I know that given the needs at Bennett High, I know Ms. Cotman is very concerned with some of the capital projects. So you may have a number of board members interested in serving on that capital committee.
Somebody else can do that. They can do that.
Did I see a hand flash up?
Yeah, I think you might have a couple. Yeah, any questions?
No, I'm good. I have one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ladies first.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just want to bring this to the table. I'm concerned about if we're going to be able to sustain these positions after this period. Have we looked at that at all? Have we had that conversation? We've hired quite a few full-time equivalents. I'm just concerned about that. And so I just wonder if that's on if we're watching that.
Sure. Super, would you like me to take a stab at that?
2024.
Sure.
2024.
This is Cotton.
After Esther's.
Yes, sir.
I think we need to understand for our professor is a grant. It's supposed to be a shot of short-term money to help us safely reopen our schools, address learning loss. It's not meant to fund long-term issues. So with that in mind, it's very unlikely all of them can be sustained after. However, we can't give you an answer in a vacuum. It's got to be within the context of our new 4-year plan that incorporates recently settled contracts, a potential BTF contract, capital spending plans and its impact on our reserves, in order to hit, and then the loss of the RFS revenues.
Capital.
So all of it will be factored into a 4-year plan, but the intention of the RFS money was not to fund long-term activities.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. One of the things that that was mentioned years ago is our ability as a district to generate revenue money based on services that we provide. In my opinion, no one does a lot of things better than us. And we certainly need to, if you're talking about a 4-year plan and moving forward, certainly put together ideas that would how we can continue to generate income or sustain, or you know what I'm saying? This is a business, contrary to popular belief. When you're spending the amount of money we're spending, it is a business, and we need to look at what we can do and how we can do it and how we can market it. Because if we don't, someone else is going to come here trying to sell their services. So I appreciate if your watchful eye could help us in that area as we develop that. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the work. You're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, I feel as if these reports are just easier to read because you're here. I don't know if it's just me or what.
Finance, can our CFO answer a few more questions on this presentation about the 180 positions that are budgeted, but we know that budget is a plan. We're more interested in actuals. So you're talking about how many of those 180 FTEs, which were significant things that the schools felt they needed, science teachers, reading teachers, counselors, social workers, how many actually fill positions, or is this going to be a significant savings or unspent money that because we have a lot of vacancies or are unable to fill those positions?
Yeah, you're correct in reading that situation. There are a lot of vacancies within those numbers. Again, a lot of the FTEs put in the RFS were security related. There were some tradesmen. And there were a lot of guidance counselors and attendance teachers addressing learning loss issues. I'm working with HR right now and the superintendent on getting you a more refined vacancy list that will break them out between the general fund and RFS. I think you received some preliminary data today.
Okay, that's $18 million, and if we have a 25% vacancy rate, that's a significant available balance. 50 security guards. Given the situation with the priority of safety, Madam Superintendent, how are we doing on the 50? Have we filling the security guard positions, since that's so important?
It's absolutely important. And so I've asked HR, our chief, to prioritize hiring security officers. And so she has been, doing the recruitment and working with civil service. I'll turn things over to her to share approximately where we are in the process. I believe there are still some that are in the pipeline, and we're continuing to hire and recruit every day. Chief Holly McGee?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Board Member Woods, for your question. Yes, we have about 75 security guards. We have the most amount of security guards that our school district has ever seen, but we are striving to hire more. We have every 2 weeks, we have interviews scheduled for individuals that have been pre-qualified as individuals that are appropriate to serve in that role in our district to come and interview. So we had 6 interviews today. So we're steadily moving towards that goal to have 100 security guards allocated for our schools for our safety plan. But right now we're at 75 security guards. And we have approximately 6 more that, if they were successful today, that will move forward in the process. And it's going on every 2 weeks. We are setting up appointments for them to meet with our executive director and our supervisors with security to go through the intensive and robust interview process. We cannot compromise our pre-qualifications for individuals to be security guards. We have to meet the standards for making sure that the people that we have in those roles are appropriate and they're right. They know about building relationships with our students. They know about providing a safe environment. And they have passed the civil service process to say that they have met their civic duties to be appropriate to be in front of our students. But there is a process. We can't just get a warm body in the role of a security guard. Know that they're vital and important to our district, and we have to be very meaningful and mindful of who we put in front of our students. So we're moving forward, and believe it or not, people are leaving county positions. They're leaving long-term positions to come and support our school district. So we're very happy about that. Very happy about that.
Wonderful, wonderful update. Again, the plan, Madam Superintendent, this is for you. The plan of after-school programming, 11.5 million, and the plan for summer school, 9 million. If we don't have buses and this after-school program is limited to walkers, is it reasonable that to expect that we will have a surplus? We may not spend all of that funding if we don't have as many students in the summer program?
So you're right, it's a plan, but there's so many moving parts right now that we want to make sure that we have the money set aside to plan for robust programs. But you're absolutely correct in saying it is a plan, and with all the moving parts, if we're able to secure the 3 bell times, then we'll be able to accommodate more children in the after-school program. So there's just a lot of moving parts, and because, as I understand it, we had spent or planned to spend more money actually than we had, and so we kind of have like a little waiting pool. We didn't do away with it. We prioritized, though, to stay within budget. And so if there is a surplus, there certainly is a way for us to accommodate supporting our children that is aligned to our academic achievement plan and to our strategic plan. So, we put a hold on new requests, but we still have all of the requests that we had. We just prioritized to make sure that we get the things that are really, really needed. And I appreciate the questions about staffing, because when I meet with Mr. Barnes, we talk about that extensively. And so what we'll be doing is evaluating where we are, every few months and looking at our data to see, do we still need the staff that we needed last year? Once we begin to see these gains that are in the goals and guardrails document, then it's possible that some of the funding that we put into certain positions may not be necessary. In a few years, we'll be in a different place than we were when the funding came in. So we'll be constantly managing and monitoring that piece.
Well, thank you, Madam Superintendent. You anticipated my next question, that since our ESSER was a response to 2 years of our students being out of school, being traumatized, needing more socialization, after 3 years, do you anticipate that we would need all of these positions? Because we should be after 3 years, our children should be more socialized. We should be in a different place. So we wouldn't necessarily need to sustain all of these positions. That would be part of your plan, right?
That's the goal. But for those positions that we do need to continue with, we're constantly looking for funding. And so we'll constantly be writing for grants and looking for funding to support that. Once we do make the gains, we can sustain them.
And we did get full funding of foundation aid. And our state legislature is always very supportive of, if we get the results in educating our children, they are the future, so they do support us. And I do see, well, we're going to the convention to learn, but there's rumors of other additional funding and programmings that always would add to our revenues.
That's right. That's right. And I've been working very closely with our Western New York delegate just to keep them updated on where we are with our strategic plan and with our data and the needs of our children at this point in time.
So I just appreciate that you have a plan, and that the public needs to understand that, as you say, with the improvements, we won't have to have a number of these expenditures, because a number of them are one-time expenses for our buildings. Once we buy the computer equipment, a lot of these are one-time expenses that are capital items, and that they will make a significant.
That's correct.
I didn't understand.
They'll make a significant difference and improve our schools.
That's correct.
Chairwoman?
Yes. Board member Hurd.
Yes, I just had a question. So I can be clear on this. We're looking at about 54 million, close to 54 million unspent for the 21-22 school year.
Yeah.
So does that roll over to the 289 million that's projected for next year, or that's still separate?
No, it's part of the 289 million. My point making that any unspent dollars are not turned back to the state. They are continued into the next year of our budget plan.
Okay, just want to make sure be clear on that.
Yep.
So we're looking about 210 million coming to us next year.
Next year's budget is for $156 million.
156. Okay, I see the 156, but it doesn't add up to minus the 54 million from the 289.
Our budget in the first year is basically what we spent, $60 million. The unspent funds are rolled over into the next year and fund the 156 million budget. And then what's left after that is the third year budget, and they total 289 million.
Okay, so the 24 is looking at about 73 million. Okay, I understood it now.
Okay.
And the last thing is, we're looking at the capital projects phase 3 for 195. We haven't seen those. We haven't seen any prints on that yet, schematics or what that supposed to look like, or to take a view of it.
I can mention to plant services. You're
Okay.
looking for that?
Yes, we are.
Sure.
And they're supposed to give us seven different models to see, to choose from, or to take a look at how we want that property utilized.
I'm not familiar with the specifics or the status of that project, but I will let them know that you're inquiring.
Okay, thank you. And,
So, Board Member Hurd,
yes.
we are currently working on that. We will get something out next week from
plans.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hills. Chairman Woods.
Any other questions from the board?
None for me. Thank you, Ms. Woods. Thank you.
Well, I think we've had a very thorough presentation. I know that from September through December is a very critical time in producing financial reports. I appreciate the update on the hard work of the superintendent and our finance CFO on making sure we will receive our revenues by getting those reports in timely and working with our auditors. And since you asked for two board members to be on the capital committee, I definitely am requesting to be included in that, because I am very concerned about making sure some things happen with city honors. Ms. Cotman, that's your cue.
I just volunteered for a school that I'm not even the district rep for, and you want me to add one more thing on my plate? I'll think about it.
Capital projects would be,
yes, I understand my.
But I got you covered. I got you covered. Don't
Let's talk.
Okay, Madam Superintendent, you have the floor to close out. No board members don't have any other questions.
You're on mute.
No long comments, just thanking everyone, thanking all of the presenters tonight for coming fully prepared and sharing, I think, very meaningful information. Thanking all of the board members for the questions that you asked that made us all think a little bit deeper into some of the presentations. And just want to wish everyone, a good night, and saying be safe and be well. And the Buffalo Public Schools is moving to the next level.
Yes.
Amen.
Now that concludes Finance and Ops. Everyone have a blessed evening.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Great job, guys.
Yeah, you can see there's a new momentum. You can feel it.